I'll wait. I'll wait. Thank you for all keying in that we're about to start on time, but we're actually going to start 5 minutes late, so you may continue your discussions for another 5 minutes. We're waiting for our key staffer here, so you can continue to chat for 5. Good morning, everybody. I think we'll go ahead and start because I said we'd start in 5 minutes. I'm Joaquin Esquivel, Chair of the Board. Today is Wednesday, March 6th, and it is 9:35, although I hear that clock is wrong. It's 9:36. I'll begin by introducing our board members and staff. Today with me are my fellow colleagues. To my left, Board Member Doreen Diadamo, and to her left, Board Member Sean McGuire. To my right, Board Member Tam Dodek, and to her right, Board Member Laurel Firestone. This morning, the staff assisting us, Executive Director Eileen Sobek is actually standing in for me at a budget hearing, so we thank her for that. Here today assisting us is Chief Counsel Michael Loffer, Chief Deputy Jonathan Bishop, and Janine Townsend will be in, but Margie is her assistant today and is actually running things. So don't let Janine know that we can run this without her. Now I'll quickly go through the emergency. I'm sorry, I have to do all this. We have to go through emergency evacuation procedure. Janine. We'll go through emergency evacuation procedure. Please look around and identify the two exits. The exit closest to you, there are 3 of them here. If there is a fire alarm, in the case of a fire alarm or hear an alarm that is not just a drill, or even if it is a drill actually, we'll evacuate to Cesar Chavez Park across the street and wait there for the all clear and then return. Please do silence your phones for us so as to not disturb and distract from the discussion. And so I'll have Mr. Polhamus actually introduce for us today's item. The state is holding an informal workshop on PFAS and its family of chemicals and substances. I will not try to actually pronounce it, but Darren, you should.
Oh, no.
And so thank you, Darren. I'll let you take today's item.
Yeah, thank you.
Actually, I'm sorry, before you begin,
Of course,
just say
by all means.
a quick few words.
Yes, please do.
Thank you all for coming today, and thank you to staff for pulling this together. I made this request actually not too long ago, and it came together very, very rapidly. Thank you for that. This particular issue was brought to my attention, oh my gosh, last year by Ms. Ventura and Ms. Reed. And then since then, I've received a lot more information. And so I want to thank everyone for attending today, especially the Department of Defense, as well as our sister agencies, OEHA and DTSC. It's my hope that today will present a forum for everyone to provide their knowledge, their perspective, so that we may gain that information, and that today be the first of hopefully many productive discussions that we might work together to find a collaborative way to look at this from an interagency, multimedia, multi-organizational aspect and address this very important matter. So again, thank you for coming, and I look forward to hearing from you, and I look forward to the discussion today, and most importantly, I look forward to the work to come.
Thank you, Board Member Dodek. I think your leadership on this has been pretty incredible. We've shared many an article around the developments, and so this is, I think, well, as you can see with the well attendance we have today, going to be a very critical discussion. So again, thank you for your leadership in that.
So thank you. I'm Darren Polhamus, Deputy Director for the Division of Drinking Water, and I'm happy to kick this morning off. As Board Member Dodek mentioned, we all kind of became aware of this last year, and there's been a lot of activity to date. There will be a lot of activity going forward. I think kind of one of the key expectations I'd like to set today is that we're all still learning a lot about this as we get into it, what it means, where it's at, what are these chemicals we put alphabets soup on and try to figure them all out. So by no means are we going to leave today thinking we've got the total answer and this all figured out. It's more really the beginning in a grand sense of things. kind of my story of how I came about this, I will relate that last spring I was looking for something to read, and I thought, oh, I hadn't read Rachel Carson's Silent Spring in quite some time. I should read that again. And then a month later, I learned about PFAS, and so I thought there was some serendipity there that maybe the world was trying to tell me something about where we were going to spend some time on this material or these set of materials and where we were going. And so we're all in this education mode. I'm so pleased everybody could come today to be on the panel and share with the board so that we can have a discussion. I think the intent today, we have all the panel members up here so that we can transition between them quickly and go back for questions. If the board members have questions, we'll kind of do this in an interactive fashion. We do have kind of an order of speakers that we will go through. We'll introduce each speaker kind of at their time so that we can relate that quickly rather than running through the full list and trying to remember who's who and what they represent as they go along. So obviously interrupt us as we go through the presentations. I think all the speakers are welcoming questions as we proceed through this today and really try to make it a joint learning session and for us and the public that are listening along. So, and with that, I will introduce our first speaker. Ms. Karine Lai is from US EPA. US EPA did recently announce some stuff. I won't steal her thunder. She can go into that on the PFAS work plan, and we'll begin the day there. Karine?
Good morning. It's very nice to see a number of you again. And thank you for inviting me here to be able to share where the agency is at with regards to PFAS and work underway. I thought I would start with some general information on PFAS. PFAS is a group of chemicals, of man-made fluorinated organic chemicals from the 1940s that are, thank you, not naturally found in the environment. It is, as I indicated, fluorinated, meaning that they are strong carbon fluoride bonds that makes them extremely persistent in the environment and resistant to typical environmental degradation. The two compounds, perfluorooctanoic acid, known as PFOA, PFOA, and perfluorooctane sulfonic acid, PFOS, are two of the most widely produced and most studied of the compounds that we have currently under our review and of concern. And these are two of thousands of PFAS chemicals that we know that have been manufactured and commercialized. Where are they found? Let's see how this goes. They are widely found in our environment. They are in our homes, they're in our businesses, they're in industry. Its use in a variety of industrial and consumer products and its unique ability to repel water and oil supports its usage in consumer products and in surface protection of products. So you'll find food packaging such as pizza boxes and microwave popcorn bags. It's used as a sealant, so you will find them in paints and coatings and waxes. It's used to treat fabric like Scotchgard and your Gore-Tex rainwear, and you will find it in your carpet. So in your own consumer products, you have them in your household. In addition, however, they are also effective industrial surfactants, emulsifiers, and wetting agents, as well as additives. And so you will find them in electrical wire casing, in tubing, in seal tape, and as a surfactant, very effective in firefighting foam. Where do we find them in our environment? Predominantly both direct and indirect releases, directly from the manufacturing of those processes that may discharge them, and or indirect release from disposal of what I would consider consumer goods. It's observed in many facilities using PFAS products to manufacture other products. Reasons for concerns. Because of its widespread use and environmental persistent, most people have been exposed to PFAS. It's known to bioaccumulate and is readily absorbed, and there is suggested evidence that elevated levels of PFOA and PFOS may cause adverse health effects. Where has PFAS been found, particularly in the area of our drinking water supply? So the Safe Drinking Water Act provides for the collection of occurrence data nationwide under our unregulated contaminant monitoring rule, which is directly implemented by the federal government. Under the UCMR, systems greater than 10,000 persons and randomly selected smalls are required to monitor for no more than 30 contaminants over a 5-year period. The UCMR universe is about 3,000 water systems, but probably addresses about 85% of the population served. Under our UCMR 3 Cycle 3, in which data was collected from the period January 2013 to December of 2015, there were 6 PFAS chemicals for which water utilities were required to monitor for, 2 of which were PFOA and PFOS. 4% of the water systems reported measurements of 1 or more of the 6 PFASs under that monitoring period. In 2016, the agency lowered the health advisory, the provisional short-term health advisory, and established a lifetime health advisory of 70 parts per trillion for PFOA and PFOS, both as an individual constituent as combined. As a result of that, 1.3% of the water systems nationwide had at least one sample with a concentration greater than that value. In Region 9 alone, of the 59 systems nationwide that detected PFOA and PFOS above the 70, 15 of those were in the Region 9 area, which includes the Pacific Southwest. 9 were in California. Last year in May, our former EPA Administrator, Scott Pruitt, held what we call the PFAS National Leaders Summit, which brought together 40 states, tribes, and territories, and the public in order to share information, to look at potential short-term actions that we could undertake, and to bring together information with regards to the science. At the summit, he focused in 4 key areas, and they are to consider development of an enforceable standard for PFOA and PFOS, propose the designation of both those chemicals as a hazardous substance under our Superfund statute, CERCLA, developing interim groundwater cleanup levels by the fall, and developing toxicity values for what we call Gen X and PFBS, which are 2 substitutes for PFOA and PFOS. The agency held 6 to 7 community engagements and committed to developing a PFAS management plan by the end of the year. And many of you know that at the end of the year, we went dark. However, shortly last month on Valentine's Day, February 14th, we released our PFAS action plan. And it is our first agency multimedia, multi-program national research management and risk plan that we have put out. And it commits EPA to take important steps that will improve how we research, monitor, detect, and address PFAS. It lists short-term actions and long-term regulatory and research efforts. It focuses on 7 areas and incorporates the 4 that Scott Pruitt, former Administrator Scott Pruitt, alluded to during the National Summit. In the area of drinking water, the agency is moving forward with its process under the Safe Drinking Water Act to evaluate, consider, and establish an enforceable standard, or an MCL, for PFOA and PFOS. It's also gathering additional information in order to see whether or not there are other PFAS chemicals that they should include in its regulatory action. By the end of this year, by December of 2019, the agency will propose a regulatory determination, which is the first step in our reg development process. And this process will include an ability for public notice and comment to provide additional scientific data in order to better inform the work that we're doing as we move forward. In the area of cleanup, groundwater cleanup recommendations are currently under federal interagency review and will be released for public comment. The recommendations will be a starting point for site-specific cleanup decisions and federal facility and private party cleanup under our Superfund statutes, CERCLA and RCRA corrective action plans. Secondly, the agency has already begun the regulatory development process for listing PFOA and PFOS as hazardous substances under CERCLA, which would provide EPA with additional authority to require responsible parties to carry out cleanup and to seek cost recovery. In the area of monitoring and research, earlier I alluded to the Safe Drinking Water Act providing for the collection of occurrence data. We are currently in UCMR Cycle 4, but are working on development of UCMR Cycle 5. In Cycle 5, which is the next regulatory effort we are undertaking, we are including additional PFAS contaminants and will also be requiring systems serving greater than 3,300 to conduct monitoring. Under the existing framework, it only goes down to systems serving greater than 10,000 persons. So under UCMR 5, we will benefit from the collection of additional occurrence data down to the smaller and medium-sized systems. In addition, we will be using lower limits of detection under new and revised analytical methods that we're developing. In the area of research, we are conducting applied research to develop the knowledge, tools, and data, and are hoping to close the science gap. Especially it relates to risk from other formulations of PFAS chemicals. In the area of toxics, so the agency is considering adding PFAS to our toxics release inventory, which tracks the management of certain chemicals that may pose a threat to human health and the environment. And through annual reporting, it provides information on releases and related pollution prevention activities by certain industrial and federal facilities. New chemical reviews under our Toxics Substances Control Act ensures that unreasonable risks are addressed before they are introduced into commercial use. And so under our TSCA, issuance of significant new use rules requires manufacturers and processes to notify EPA at least 90 days in advance of starting to resume new uses of a chemical, and it requires the agency to review new use and make a risk determination and take appropriate regulatory action based on that risk determination. So the agency has issued these significant new use rules for hundreds of PFAS chemicals since 2002 and is working to issue supplemental proposed new use rules for additional long-chain PFAS chemicals. To adequately address PFAS contamination, the agency intends to develop and implement an enforcement strategy that relies first on state and local authorities and before utilizing federal authorities. However, where PFAS contamination is deemed to pose an imminent and substantial endangerment, the agency has and will continue to use its current authorities under its existing statutes. And then lastly, one of the clear messages that we heard at the National Summit during the public engagements across the nation is the need to improve our messaging and our risk communication toolbox so that we are speaking as one voice and are not stepping over each other with regards to various information regarding PFAS risk, toxicity values, remediation, and treatment. Next steps on the PFAS action plan is that we will continue our work. As I had indicated earlier, the action plan is actually broken down into short-term and long-term goals. We will continue that effort with our partners, both at the federal agency level as well as state, local, tribal governments and water utilities and the science industry. And all of our updates will be posted to our website, which is listed there, and I think I have a screenshot of it here. In addition, I have a one-page fact sheet that lists the highlighted areas and themes of our PFAS action plan that I had brought, and I believe it's in the back of the room for those that are interested. And I think that concludes my presentation, at least for this morning.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for that excellent overview. I have two questions. I pulled up the action plan, and the first question is with respect to the very first item in the table 1 regarding development of National Drinking Water Regulatory, I believe it's MCL. And the anticipated time frame is listed as 2019. Is that something you expect to be completed in 2019?
So it's not establishing the enforceable standard by 2019. It is actually providing a regulatory determination by the end of the year. And that is it opens the first door in the regulatory process.
So do you have a time frame?
So moving forward, if we
yes.
make a regulatory determination to move forward on and collect the appropriate data, it requires by statute the agency to propose an MCL within 24 months of that determination, and then a final MCL within 18 months thereafter.
Thank you. And then moving down to the last item on table 1, looking at more long-term goals, I'm very intrigued by the concern, or at least the challenge, of understanding the potential for atmospheric transport of PFAS. Could you provide any additional information about the anticipated activities in that effort? I noticed that the time frame is 2022.
The PFAS action plan really focuses on human health risks and protection of that from kind of the normal traditional exposures through water. And the two areas that are on our longer term, as you had indicated, is our ecological risks and atmospheric risks. I will look to my colleagues in our national office to be able to come back later and provide you with that information, Tam, but I don't know what's in their portfolio with regards to the longer term plans they have for atmospheric exposure.
Great, thank you. I'm very interested in looking at this from a multimedia perspective, so would appreciate that.
Any other board members with any questions?
I think I'll wait.
You'll wait until the panel's through. I do have one question. When you look at the national landscape and states' responses, do you have any just sort of general thoughts as to, I know that there are certain states like, I think it's New Jersey and Michigan that have moved forward with MCLs and setting those. How do you see that state-federal relationship working best? And again, just maybe any general thoughts you have as to, as we discuss here how we're going to proceed. We'll hear from staff, the investigatory plans that we have, how we're going to step through things. But again, would just be helpful maybe for us to hear what the state landscape looks like and any lessons you think we might be helpful for us there. Thank you.
As you alluded to, our eastern seaboard states have been the most challenged, finding the prevalence of PFAS in the monitoring that has been conducted not only in public water systems, but in privately owned water wells in areas of concern. There has been a high level of energy and activity in that arena. It is much quieter in the Pacific Southwest, predominantly because there's probably less actual manufacturing of PFAS chemicals here for its presence and occurrence in the environment. I think the interests Over the last few years, as a result of the lowering of the health advisory, as of the occurrence data that was detected under UCMR, has raised the visibility and the interest on the part of action-oriented activities. The agency, my colleagues in the Eastern Seaboard regions have been working collaboratively with those states in trying to support in an area, as you can imagine, is very challenging since it's an emerging area with, again, unknown information with regards to the depth of not only the risk, but also the affordability and treatment options available to address it. So I would say that over time, it's been a very collaborative effort, and the agency has stepped up to the plate to recognize that the amount of work that is being undertaken at the local, at the state level, we need to balance that and work together so that we're all working toward that same goal with the appropriate resources that we have.
Thank you. I appreciate that. It's certainly a continuum of efforts, and to the extent they need to be coordinated, they need to sort of flow in the right way. And I appreciate all the work that the EPA has done to help us get somewhere. So thank you.
Great. So we'll go to our second panel member. As a lot of what we know about PFAS in the environment from UCMR3 and other data sets do come from our partners in Department of Defense. And so today we have Richard Mock here from the Navy to present kind of on behalf of all of DoD.
Thank you very much for the invitation to come and speak today. I am not Maureen Sullivan. She sends her deepest regrets. She really wanted to be here and present to you the work of the Department of Defense, but she was called to the Hill for another testimony, so she asked if I could come in her stead. I've been working in the PFAS arena for at least 5 years, sometime back in 2014, and it seems like it's almost a daily part of my portfolio these days. I'm going to talk about three big picture items from the Department of Defense standpoint. One is going to be drinking water, one's going to be cleanup program, and then a little bit more about aqueous film forming foam, which you hear a lot about. So on the drinking water side, as Corrine said, when the UCMR3 came out, DoD, as a water purveyor, also has to comply and does comply with those requirements. A lot of our larger installations have large public water systems, so it meets the criteria of greater than 10,000 people served. So over the entire department, we had 63 DoD installations that were required to sample for all of the 30 chemicals on the UCMR3, including the 6 PFAS chemicals that were on there. I'd say our average is about the same as what you see nationally. We had 1 detection above lifetime health advisory that came out in 2016, and so that's 1.6% of our installations. I think the numbers for the nation were about the same. There were 3,000 to 5,000 public water systems. I've heard anywhere from the 59 that you talked about to 67 that may have exceeded, so same percent levels.
Excuse me, sorry, that 1.6 number, is that actual facilities, or is that by population, or it's actual just of the 63?
1 divided by 63.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's per installation. So we had that data point to consider. We had very in-depth discussions between all the departments, Air Force, Army, Navy, and Department of Defense. What should we do now? So lifetime health advisory came out in May of 2016. It is only guidance. It is not a regulatory standard. It's not a primary drinking water standard. What should we do? Kind of coming on the heels of Flint, Michigan, and knowing the national concern growing about drinking water, we want to be more proactive. And so we worked with our Department of Defense and set a policy direction to all of the components to sample all of our public water systems where we're the purveyor. So you can see there's 524 DoD systems in total. So where we had not already sampled those 63 under the UCMR, we went and sampled the rest of those installations. We were also encouraged to, where we buy water from a third-party water purveyor, to either get the information, the data that they have, if they had to sample in the UCMR3, or if they had sampled in the other way, or we could sample those voluntarily. So for most of the departments, I can assure you for the Navy and the Marine Corps, we did do that. We made sure that we had sample results for every single installation so that in the end, we can tell our sailors and Marines and their families and our civilian population, we know that the water that they are being provided on our installations is below the lifetime health advisory. And you see the numbers up there. Overall, the department had 24 water systems where we're the purveyor that exceeded the lifetime health advisory, and we buy water from 12 additional installations that had it above. And in all those cases, we made sure that actions were taken either by us or by the water purveyor to lower those levels to below 70, whether it was by shutting off wells, changing water supplies, providing alternative water until those actions could be taken. All of that has been completed. So that is drinking water on our installations, and going forward, we're happy to be able to say that all of our installations are receiving water that's below the lifetime health advisory. So we were also concerned about the communities that surround our installations. They're part of our family. They're part of everything that we do to operate for the Department of Defense. And so we wanted to know, have we impacted others off installation? Obviously, we found some information from water purveyors that sample in the UCMR3 that were adjacent to our installations, and we were the obvious source. And those are very few of those 60 or so public water systems that exceeded during the UCMR3. DOD had a facility in the vicinity at about 5 or 6 of those. So there's a lot of other potential sources that are out there beyond just DOD. For those of you who have dealt with the cleanup program in the past, the traditional CERCLA process that Corrine talked about takes a long time, from the identification of a potential release site to starting the preliminary assessments and the site inspections and the investigations and nature and extent of contamination. It takes a long time to investigate all these installations. So we wanted to be a little more aggressive, and where we had a known or suspected PFAS release site on our installations, and we thought that there could be migration off our installations to public and private drinking water wells, we took proactive steps to go out there and conduct additional sampling. And so we have been stepping off our installations, sampling public and private wells, and where there's an exceedance of the lifetime health advisory, we are providing alternative water. That could be bottled water for private residents until we can come up with a long-term solution, which our preference is normally to hook them to the public water system, so we'll run the pipeline for them. Or we could do point of entry filtration, but that has a longer O&M tail, so if we can get them onto public water as a one-time shot, that is our preference. And then where we've impacted public water systems, we have paid them to put treatment on their water systems. So that could either be granulated activated carbon or ion exchange filtration, which has been working well for us. So we've been doing that, and we'll continue to do that as we identify additional potential sites. So that dovetails into our cleanup program. So for the department, our major potential PFAS release had to do with the use of aqueous film forming foam that contained some of these constituents. So we did firefighting training on our installations. We did fire responses if we had a crash or if we had a fuel spill. So that is our major release of PFAS. But as Corrine said, there are a lot of other industries out there, a lot of other materials that contain these PFAS chemicals. So as we're going through and looking at our installations fence line to fence line, we are trying to identify all potential PFAS releases. There are certain PFAS that are used in mist suppression in chrome plating operations. So that's something we'll look at. Wastewater treatment plants and the biosolids and where they get disposed. So there's a lot of other things to look at other than AFFF use, but that is our biggest potential source. So the communities really care about their home and the installation they're next to. And so from a communication standpoint, we within the department are consistently talking about the number of installations with one or more known or suspected PFAS release site. The community doesn't care if I have 1 site, 3 sites, 7 sites. They care, did you release it, and is it coming towards me? And it's a lot easier for us to communicate consistently when we talk about the number of installations where we have release sites. So as of July 31st, 2018, we have 401 across all the different services. That number will probably grow a little bit. Number of sites will probably grow a lot more than that as we do fence line to fence line investigations, but that is the number of installations that we have found to date.
Sorry, do you know how many are in California?
Do you know how many are in California? There are 6 Army, 29 Navy or Marine Corps, and 18 Air Force. So we have these installations. We've done most of the inventories. We're continuing along with the preliminary assessments to look and see, are there any other potential release sites we may have missed? And then we'll move into site inspections and additional characterization. We also use this data, as I talked in the previous slide, to identify where there's potential offsite migration and are stepping out and testing those drinking water wells and taking appropriate action. Once the exposure is cut off and we come back to the normal CERCLA process, we will integrate this with all of the other constituents that we address in the cleanup program. So some sites may move faster, some may move slower. It depends on what the potential risk is for those installations. We are challenged, as Corinne talked about, that there's 3 PFAS out there that have tox values, toxicological values, so we can make a risk assessment and risk determination. There are, depending on which research scientist you talk to, there's 3,000 to 5,000 PFAS that are out there. So, and it's huge. And we don't know much about all of those. Now, hopefully they're in very minor use and or release, but we're doing what we can with what we have. So moving on to the next slide. This is a map showing all the different services and the installations nationwide where we have 1 or more known or suspected PFAS release sites. And as I gave you the numbers already for what's in California, I'll be meeting with some of your other water board staff later this afternoon to walk through each of those installations and make sure that we're sharing information about what we found, and as the state goes forward, whatever actions they may take, that we continue to engage in that open, transparent exchange of information. So I'm going to move on now to AFFF, so aqueous film forming foam. So the Department of Defense, the Department of Navy in particular, helped with 3M back in the 1960s to develop AFFF. There were other protein-based foams that were available in the past. They just didn't put out fires very well. And from a military perspective, and we had a major fire on the USS Forrestal that killed about 134 people because we couldn't get the fire out in time. It's critically important that we have an agent that can put out these fires and save lives and save our equipment. If you're on a ship in the middle of the ocean, you've got to get that fire out quickly. And it's not just fuel. We have munitions and ordnance that are on board. So you have an explosive hazard on top of a fire hazard in confined spaces. So we worked closely with 3M and we developed the first formulations of AFFF that came out in the 1970s. Those had high levels of PFOS. We didn't know what PFOS was at the time. We knew that a fluorosurfactant was necessary to make the film work. It's both hydrophobic and oil resistant, so it'll actually put a film on top of the fuel blanket so that the vapors won't rise. It'll suffocate the fuel, and it will keep it from reflashing, so it won't reignite itself. And then the water adds the cooling effect. So it's a really great product for putting out fires. It saves lives. When the plane that crash landed in San Francisco a couple years ago crashed, they were putting AFFF on that fire to put it out, or on the fuel to keep it from catching fire. So we know that the old 3M product has high levels of PFOS. And we know some of the newer formulations have less PFOS, and with the EPA PFOA stewardship program from 2006 to 2015, most PFOA stopped being manufactured in the US. So the AFFF formulations today are different than the AFFF formulations from the 70s and 80s and 90s. There's DoD policy that required us to remove all of the legacy AFFF that we know had high levels of PFOS in it. So it's predominantly the 3M products. But we're going steps further than that. We were able to develop with some laboratories the capability of detecting lower levels within pure product AFFF. So you got a 5-gallon or a 55-gallon drum of this material that gets proportioned with water to put out a fire. So we wanted to know how much PFOA or PFOS is in these new formulations. So the manufacturers say, well, there's no PFOA, there's no PFOS. You hear people say it's C6, so it doesn't have these 8-chain perfluorinates, the PFOA and the PFOS. And we say, well, how do you know that? What's the level? Well, we don't know. It's trace amounts, if anything. We can't detect it. So we work to say, we need to know. If we're looking at a 70 part per trillion lifetime health advisory, and you say, well, it's not, it's a trace amount, so it's less than 1% or less than 0.1%. Well, that's still a million times higher than what I need to be concerned about. So we were able to get detection limits of 800 parts per billion. So I know that sounds high when you compare that to 70 parts per trillion, but again, it's a 3% solution with water, so it's less than 800 coming out the nozzle. Now, less than 800 doesn't mean that it's 799. It could be 1, it could be 0. We don't know. We just can't detect that low. So all of the AFFF that DoD is buying today has to meet the new military specification that set those 800 part per billion limits in it. So everything we buy, we know has less than 800. We hope it has 0 because the new formulations don't generate PFOS like the 3M manufacturing methodology did. And with the EPA stewardship program for PFOA, we're hoping that's not in production either. So we're very hopeful that we're getting stuff that's closer to 0, but it still has a fluorosurfactant in it. We just don't know what all of those are. So, when we start talking about step 1 is get rid of the PFOA, PFOS. Step 2, moving towards some PFAS-free AFFF in the future. So we're investing heavily in research and development to try and find a fluorine-free foam that will meet our performance specifications. To date, none of them do. They can't put out the fire in the timeframes that we need them to. They can't stop the reflash. They just can't do all of those things. We did a comparison test, and we brought some of the members of Congress out to see it, and we demonstrated a full-on AFFF formulation and a fluorine-free foam from a manufacturer who said, well, we're pretty close. Well, the AFFF put out the fire in 30 seconds or less, and the fluorine-free foam took 2.5 minutes. I don't know about you, but if I'm sitting on that plane that crashes on the runway, I want the stuff that puts it out in 30 seconds or less. So we're trying to develop fluorine-free foams that can meet that performance requirement and not put lives in jeopardy and also not have PFAS. But we're years away from probably finding that breakthrough. But we're investing heavily in trying to find that. So I'm gonna wrap this up pretty quick here. Communications and transparency, there's a lot of information out there. I know some folks have said you've known about this for a year. We've been involved in it for at least 5 or 6 years. So there's a lot of information that's out there. There's a lot of work that's being done, but there's still a lot of unknowns. So here's some websites for the individual military services. We continue to engage with our communities and our public through our restoration advisory boards, additional public meetings. We've got tons of fact sheets that are available. We work very closely with the Interstate Technology Regulatory Council. That's a group that we fund, as well as EPA and Department of Energy and industry. And so they've got a PFAS team that's been putting out some great products, some great fact sheets on the nomenclature, because there's so many names that are out there for all these PFAS compounds, the different potential sources of them, investigation techniques, sampling techniques, remediation technologies, and they are tracking all of the different states and the guidance or regulatory values they're coming out with. And so it gets challenging when you go from state to state and you say, well, do you have a regulation? Is it really a regulation? Is it guidance? Is it for groundwater? Is it for drinking water? They have established these spreadsheets, and they're maintaining them and updating them monthly. So if you go to that website, you can get a lot of information on the latest that's out there from state to state. So it's really good. And then again, for DoD, our CERTIP and ESCP research programs, you can go to that website and find out more about what we're doing to try and find replacements for AFFF that are fluorine-free and that meet our requirements. So our biggest challenge is responding to state standards that might be coming out. We want a consistent program within the Department of Defense. We will comply with all properly promulgated laws that states put out there that are implemented consistently across the state. We can't comply with something that is military specific. We can't be held to a different standard than the rest of the public. We want a single standard. We would prefer a national standard if possible, but until such comes, we'll work with the states where those are developed. Communicating with the public the difference between a lifetime health advisory and a circular risk assessment number is an immense challenge for us. For those who don't know how a lifetime health advisory is established, we use the same toxicity values to do a risk assessment as was done to develop the lifetime health advisories. Under the Safe Drinking Water Act, if you don't know all the different sources of exposure that are possible to a person, then there is a default value. It's called a relative source contribution, and it's 20%. So when the lifetime health advisory came out, a risk assessment was run, and then because we could be exposed to these PFAS chemicals in our clothing, in our pizza boxes, in our popcorn bags, there was a 20% relative source contribution factor applied to the risk assessment, which is what generates the 70 parts per trillion. If you run a circular risk assessment, the number is 400. So you have an unacceptable risk at 400, you have a lifetime health advisory, non-regulatory at 70. What do you do when you're in between those numbers? We're already taking proactive action to cut off exposure at 70 in drinking water. We're following up with risk assessments to determine what we're going to clean up to, and we have this gap. So we're still trying to work through that. We don't have an answer for it, but it's a huge challenge for us. And communicating these issues to the public is very daunting for us. We try to work closely with our departments of health and our regulatory agencies and EPA and ATSDR, all the alphabet soup that's out there, so that we can provide the information we know and also provide the things we don't know as openly and transparently as we can. The landscape is changing so fast. Every agency is involved in this. There's more research being done. We can't even finalize reports before the next report is already being generated. The next piece of information is being generated. Social media is moving this information around. It is a bear to try and keep up with. We're doing our best, but it's a challenge for us, and I'm sure it's a challenge for others. And then the uncertainty in the toxicity process will continue. So in conclusion, DoD is being very proactive. We've cut off exposures for drinking water on our installations and our neighbors around our installations. We're taking strides to move forward in the circle process and do our cleanup and take our cleanup responsibility proactively. And we're investing heavily in research for AFFF alternatives. This is just a scratching the surface. And we in DoD, several of us, talk about this every day, like I said, and so I'm available to answer any questions you might have. I think that's it.
Thank you very much. And board member questions?
One hopefully quick question. If we could go to slide number 5, please. At what point in your process do you engage the communities that are near these installations?
So that's a great question. And the answer is it depends. So for the installations where we believe we have potential offsite migration, we have taken a more aggressive public process to move forward. So in order for us to sample an individual's well, we have to get their permission. We have to get a right of entry to go on their property. And there's so many unknowns out there. So what we have been doing is, if we know we're going to shortcut, if you will, the entire circle process, and we're going to go and look off installation for exposures, we get our team together. So it'll be whatever the military service is, our state regulators, our state Department of Health, our local Department of Health, if they're engaged at that level. EPA, definitely if it's a national priorities list site, but we also try and get them even if it's not an NPL site. And the Agency for Toxic Substances and Disease Registry, ATSDR. So we get this team together, we develop a fact sheet that says, here's where the installation is, here's where the release sites are, here's where groundwater flows, here's the area around our installation. We do research to find out where there's public or private drinking water wells in the area. We look about a mile down gradient. Here's where we want to go and sample. We prepare that fact sheet. We notify our congressional members that are the senators and the representatives that have that installation in their district. We then send out public notices. We have a special public meeting just for that topic to invite all the community, and in particular the private well owners, to attend, to provide them that information. We do it in an open house forum, so there's different stations around so that you can go and talk to someone about health or someone about the sampling techniques, someone about the laboratory analysis. So we do that so that we educate the public on what we want to do. We try and get them to sign up then to give us rights of entry so we can go and do sampling. There are areas where people don't really want to participate or don't want you to sample their well, so we do follow up with additional mailings. We do some door-to-door engagements to try and encourage folks to let us sample their wells. It doesn't always work, but we try to do that. And then we also keep each private well owner's information private with them. So if I sample your well, Tam, I give you the results. And if you are above the lifetime health advisory, I immediately, within 24 hours, start providing you bottled water and then follow up with you for a long-term solution. But I don't tell Laurel what your results are. I don't tell anyone what your results are. That's between me and you, or DOD and you. Now, you're welcome to share that with anyone you want, but we're not going to do that. We keep that private. So that, we get challenged by some folks saying, well, you should tell us everyone that has it. No, but if a state agency says, I want to know, then we will go to the private owners and say, hey, this person at this agency wants to know your information. You are welcome to contact them, but we are not going to provide it for you. Now, if it's the normal cleanup process, we have our restoration advisory boards and our normal public engagement meetings as we go through the preliminary assessments and the site inspections and real investigations. So we engage with the community on that, but it's a more special, specific engagement when we're going to sample off-base drinking water.
A follow-up question on that. So first of all, I really appreciate the being proactive and reaching out to the community and proactively just making sure that you're helping to cut off pathways of exposure where there's and really looking for that information. So on the private wells, I know this is it's an issue I'm personally familiar with on other types of contaminants. I think in California, we are interested in trying to, we're obviously trying to understand where there's occurrence and risk. And so we've been trying to collect data around private well or other, non-community water system monitoring information. And I think in California, we still have, we have some methodologies to make sure that the individual, private individual addresses and exact location information are not shared publicly, but that the State Water Board staff and other local health officials can see where occurrences are happening more generally to understand risk in areas. So is that something that you can work with our staff to help us be able to get at least more generalized geographic information on where there's occurrence from the monitoring information you're gathering?
Absolutely. I'm actually meeting with the water board staff this afternoon. I've got a spreadsheet of all of the Army, Air Force, and Navy, Marine Corps installations that have a known release, and we're going to talk about what information we have available and how to share that while still keeping the private residence information private.
Appreciate that. Thanks.
That's fantastic. Any other comment from fellow board members?
Yeah, thank you very much for the presentations, very informative. I have a question about its PFAS mobility in groundwater. So have you been doing fate and transport modeling, and do you have a good understanding of how rapidly this moves and expands?
So we know that it travels almost as fast as water travels, and obviously the smaller the PFAS constituent, the faster it can move overall. So like a PFBS that has 4 carbons on it will move faster than a PFOA or a PFOS that has 8. I don't know how specific we have as to relative speed of PFAS contaminated water to water itself, but it's pretty darn fast overall. And that's something we're still doing additional research on. But that, again, because of our concern about how fast it moves and finding out about this late in the game when these constituents have been released to groundwater for years is why we took such a proactive stance to go off our installations and look directly at drinking water exposure, identify it, and cut it off where it's found.
Thank you. I think I just had one quick question, and it may not be quick, but ultimately, when you talk about the 24 systems that you identified and you've remedied at this point, what was the cost? At what cost was that for you to take care of those 24 systems? And I know it may be even ballpark, just to try to understand. And then when it comes to the community components at this point, do you guys have sort of an idea of how expensive it's been for you to engage in this work?
So I can probably partially answer that. I don't know exactly how much it costs to eliminate the exposures of those 24 systems. Some could have been as easy as you shut off one well, but you have a well field of 10, so it's almost a zero cost. And then there are others where you only had one well and you had to put a treatment system on it. So I'd say it's in the few $1 million range, so not astronomical, but not a drop in the bucket. As far as our total response costs, we had done a data call for all of DoD, and it was as of the end of December 2016. And so all the services together, it was about $200 million spent to date. And I'd say that number, well, I know that number is bigger now. So it was about $1 million or $2 million in the drinking water program for the testing of all those systems, and the other $198 million had to do with either doing preliminary assessments and site inspections, so the initial part of the circular process, or providing alternative water to larger locations where there was a large release and a big impact on public water systems. So the Navy's portion, Navy Marine Corps portion of that $200 million in December 2016 was about $45 million. And as of the end of fiscal year 18, so September 30th of 2018, the Navy's bill was up to $143 million executed to date. Now, some of that is still work that's on contract to do the PASIs, but there is a good portion of that went to a couple of larger installations where we had a lot of public water system contamination, again, mostly on the East Coast.
Thank you. That was very helpful.
Great. So our next group we'll have two co-presenters. We'll have Dr. Anna Reed from NRDC and Andrea Ventura from Clean Water Action presenting together.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. I am a scientist with the Natural Resources Defense Council. My work focuses on reducing our exposure to toxic chemicals, specifically PFAS chemicals. Today I will cover two areas, why we think there's a need for strict health protections for PFAS, and then also why we are concerned about the scope of contamination in California. So I'll start with what I've learned from existing research on PFAS and existing toxicity assessments and why they point to the need for strict health protections. Scientists and health officials are concerned about PFAS for several reasons. They're extremely persistent, they're highly mobile in our environment, and the PFAS that we have studied are associated with a wide variety of health effects. So PFAS as a class is extremely large, but it can be broken down into 4 subgroups. And you can see there are fluoropolymers, perfluoropolyethers, or PFPEs, perfluoroalkyl acids, or PFAAs, and then PFAA precursors. The subgroup that we know the most about are PFAAs. Within that group, you can find PFOA, PFOS, GenX, and other single-chain fully fluorinated PFAS. We don't have information on all 47 or 3,000 to 5,000 PFAS. The number is a little bit hard to pinpoint. But what we do know, what actually the acting director of DTSC said so eloquently in a hearing a few weeks ago, is that all roads lead to PFAAs. And what that means is that PFAAs are required for the production of fluoropolymers and for PFPEs. So for instance, the classic example is PFOA was required to make Teflon. And what we know is that that production results in the release of PFAS in the environment through industrial waste. PFAS can also be released through impurities in products that use fluoropolymers and also through their incineration. The final subgroup at the bottom in purple are called PFA precursors because they can break down into PFAS eventually over time in the environment. So the important point about this alphabet soup is that regardless of the type of PFAS used or produced, use and production of PFOS will result in increased levels of PFAS in the environment, which we know are associated with a variety of adverse health effects. The CDC, the Agency of Toxic Substance and Disease Registry within the CDC recently did an extensive review of the health effects associated with PFA exposure. I've summarized them here in this slide. What you can see is they are associated with all kinds of effects, including immune system disruption and developmental and reproductive harm. The health effects marked in the bottom in red are actually from more recent health toxicity assessments of PFBS and GenX from the EPA. If you notice, a lot of the health effects are shared amongst the different PFAS. And because we're exposed to mixtures of PFAS, it's likely that there are additive or synergistic effects from this exposure to multiple different PFAS at once. Additionally, I'd like to point out that the bottom PFAS are actually short-chain PFAS, which are increasingly being used as replacements for long-chain traditional PFAS, such as PFOA and PFOS. Why that's concerning is that short-chain PFAS were introduced as safer alternatives due to their supposed shorter half-life in humans. So what that means is it's thought that they're eliminated quicker from our bodies than longer PFAS. But this is based off of blood data, so measuring PFAS in human blood. A recent study of cadavers measured PFAS in human organs, and what they found was that there were some short-chain PFAS that were in higher concentrations in human organs than long-chain PFAS. So this suggests that the data is still out on whether or not short-chain PFAS are eliminated more quickly from our bodies than long-chain PFAS. What we do know is that short-chain PFAS are still highly persistent, like all PFAS, and they're actually more mobile in our environment and harder to treat in drinking water than long-chain PFAS. Therefore, if we continue to use short-chain PFAS, we'll likely be continually exposed to short-chain PFAS, suggesting that the rate that they're eliminated from our body will actually not be an adequate measure of their health threat to humans. So another concerning trend about PFAS is the more we study them, the more we become to appreciate how toxic they can be at low levels of exposure, which has resulted in stricter and stricter health standards being proposed over time. So in 2009, the EPA had health advisories of 400 and 200 parts per trillion for PFOA and PFOS, respectively. However, within 10 years, they dropped their health advisory down to 70 parts per trillion. And in light of recent research, several states and other agencies, including the CDC, have suggested that even stricter standards are needed. And finally, so there are some independent scientists that are urging levels in the single-digit part per trillion levels. Another way to look at the EPA's 70 part per trillion health advisory was done by Michigan's PFOS Science Advisory Panel. They released a report last year where they estimated what a person's blood level would actually be if they were drinking 70 parts per trillion of PFOA in their water. And what they found was really concerning. They basically found that a person's blood level would be in the same range as what we're seeing in health effects in human health studies, including the C8 study in West Virginia. Therefore, they concluded that the 70 parts per trillion was likely not health protective. Also, if you dissect the risk assessment done by the EPA, the 70 parts per trillion is based off of drinking water exposures for nursing mothers, which is a vulnerable group to PFAS exposures. However, infants are also a vulnerable group to the effects of PFAS, and they actually drink more per body weight than nursing mothers do. So that would, if you made the health advisory protective of infants, that would lower the advisory down to 20 parts per trillion, which is actually what Vermont did. However, more recent evidence shows that there are more sensitive health effects than what the EPA based their health advisory on. For PFOA, that would be altered mammary gland development, which would bring the health threshold down below 1 part per trillion. And then for PFOS, that would be suppression of the immune system, which would also bring the health advisory down to 1 part per trillion. So I'm going to switch really quickly to what we think are the possible extent of PFAS contamination in California could be. And I'm going to do that through the lens of lessons learned from Michigan. So I've done a lot of work following what is going on in Michigan recently. And the reason why I think it's important to talk about Michigan is that they are the state that's done the most comprehensive PFAS testing in the nation. So we've talked about the UCMR3 data that was done, the testing that was done about 4 years ago. And if you look at Michigan, you see that there are 3 detects of PFAS in 2 zip codes. So it doesn't look like there is that much contamination. But there are several limitations with this national study. They had reporting limits that were pretty high. So that means that if the lab detected PFAS in drinking water, but it wasn't above this reporting limit, it wasn't reported to the EPA. And for PFOA, that was 20 parts per trillion, and for PFOS, that was 40 parts per trillion. Additionally, it covered large water systems only, so serving over 10,000 people, and it only tested for 6 PFAS, which we can now test for many more. So once Michigan figured out that they were there was signs that they had more contamination than is shown here in this map, they did their own testing. They tested all public water systems in the state under serving over 25 people. They just completed that about 2 weeks ago. And they also did site investigations based off of historical or current use of PFAS. And what they found was that there were over 40 contamination sites throughout the state and over 100 public water systems with PFAS detections. And what's important to note is that they use reporting limits down to 2 parts per trillion for between 14 to 24 different PFAS in their testing. So if you compare these 2 maps side to side, it really highlights how important it is to have comprehensive testing in order to understand the extent of PFAS contamination in the state. So I'm going to return back to California really quickly, and you can see that we did see positive detections of PFAS in our national testing. We had 133 samples above the minimum reporting limits, which covered 28 public water systems in 98 different zip codes. That's serving approximately 3.5 million people, or about 10% of the California population. What's particularly concerning is Southern California. You can see there's a lot of contamination already picked up with just the national testing. But keeping in mind the limitations that I mentioned before, it's likely that this is an underestimate of the problem. Michigan and California don't have exactly the same sources of PFAS. We don't have a Chemours plant in California. However, we do know that there is research linking what type of sites are likely to be sources of PFAS contamination, and we do have several of those. In California, we have a lot of wastewater treatment plants, military installations, and commercial airports, all potential sources of PFAS contamination, not to mention other industrial processes like chrome plating. So as you can see from all these potential sources, it's likely that we have more contamination than is reflected in the national testing, and it's likely in areas that are highly urban and serving a lot of people. Additionally, the national testing doesn't really cover any well water, and what we saw in Michigan was there were actually sites of contamination that didn't show up in the public water system testing because the sites probably were based off of well water. So with that, I'd like to conclude that with the hopes that I've conveyed that PFAS are a serious public health threat. Their exposure is associated with health risks at extremely low levels. Because we're exposed to a mixture of PFAS, they likely have additive and synergistic effects because they target similar health endpoints, and a class-based approach is needed. We can't continue to regulate one chemical at a time, and there's a significant potential for PFAS contamination in California. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Reed. Any comment? I was going to maybe give us a 15-minute break since we've gone over an hour at this point. Darren, or how do you guys feel? Or do you want to continue down the
Chair Escobar,
joint presentation? Oh,
yeah,
I'm sorry about
I would
that.
let Andrea go, and then I think it's appropriate to talk about a break.
Okay, sorry. Should have flagged that better. Go on.
Because I'm going to build on some of that, so thank you. So I want to also express my thanks for this opportunity to present our view on both some short-term and long-term policy recommendations and how we address PFAS in California, particularly in water. And our focus here today is on drinking water, but having worked on other water issues before this board in the past, I would be remiss to remind you that we need to be looking beyond drinking water over the long term, because we are finding PFAS in waterways like San Francisco Bay, and we're going to have to look eventually at how these chemicals will affect the overall beneficial uses of our waters beyond drinking water. So something to keep in the back of our minds as we move forward. So back in September of 2018, these 29 organizations, these are a diverse group of health, environmental, and environmental justice organizations, sent a letter to this water board outlining our concern over the presence of what adds up, if you look at those 133 samples, of 455 known detections of 4 PFAS chemicals in California drinking water sources. And the letter made 2 fundamental requests that I'm going to expand on toward the end of my comments. One is that we asked that the Division of Drinking Water, through the auspices of the State Board, request that WEHA establish a public health goal for PFAS as a class, or at least to the degree that is possible, and I'll get back to that in a moment. We also requested that we expand monitoring to capture not only the lower levels of the PFASs that were found in California through the UCMR data that you've heard about, but also to investigate other PFAS chemicals that may be in our water without our knowledge. Because in a world of thousands of PFAS chemicals, whatever that number is, it's only a realistic understanding of the scope of the contamination that we will, first of all, protect the California public in the end, but also protect ourselves from having to go through an endless array of MCLs and MCL processes and TMDLs as we move down this line and learn more. That's not a sustainable model. So here's where we are, or what we know, and I don't have to go into a lot of detail because you've heard some of this. So out of the 6 chemicals that were looked at through the UCMR, we found 4 of them at these high levels. But it's not just because California is a large state. We actually looked at percentages of detections, and for 3 of them, we were higher than the national average for PFOA, PFOS, and PFHXS. And I want to get back to something that Ms. Lai said that is very pertinent here. If you Google PFAS in water in the United States, you're going to see Hoosick Falls, New York. You're going to see Michigan. You're going to see Pennsylvania, et cetera. You don't ever see California. And yet, again, let me repeat, we have the most detections. And I think it's exactly what Dr. Reed just said. We don't have that big smoking gun. We don't have Chemours dumping Gen X into the Cape Fear River and making a newsworthy story. But we have the problem here, and we need to raise the urgency. what's important here and what I'd like to really get across is what we don't know from the UCMR data, and that's that there could be thousands, hundreds, thousands of PFAS entering our water at any given time, and that's not what that data will tell us at this point. And that's particularly important as PFOA and PFOS are being phased out because they are being replaced with newer versions of these chemicals all the time. We don't have a grip on what they are or what's out there. And as Dr. Reed pointed out, frankly, despite claims by the chemical industry that the newer, shorter versions of these chemicals are safe, independent scientists from around the world are actually sounding the alarm saying, hey, wait a minute, the emerging data is pointing us in a different way. And these are just two statements that have come out, the Helsinger statement and the Madrid statement, that really point to that. The Madrid statement's been signed by well over 200 scientists from around the world saying, wait a minute, we've got to get a grip on this because what we don't know can in fact hurt us. So what don't we know and what do we need to be thinking about as a state? First of all, we don't know what the additional PFASs that are contaminating our environment are, what's being produced, or what's being released. We don't have a solid understanding of where PFAS in our water is coming from, given that we have a very varied array of sources. Given the rising use of newer alternatives of PFAS chemicals, we need to be concerned about the impacts of exposure to unknown mixtures of these chemicals. And we need finally to better understand how the various major exposure pathways, including water, but including contaminated food, and the use of products in workplaces are affecting our exposure as well. So let's talk about those sources. You've heard some of this, so I can go through this pretty quickly. And I have to say, I get the shivers when I look at this picture of these people working in this foam without gear on, because we do have biomonitoring data in the state that shows firefighters with very heavy loads of these chemicals in them. But we've heard a little bit about that, and it's really good to hear some of the proactive action that's going on. Congress is looking at this, looking at not only the military specs and working with DoD, but also the FAA has been told to change its specs, or at least consider that, because they follow the military specs. And so this data is obviously out of date, and we've already learned something here, because when we were putting together our slides, we had sources, 19 military sites with PFOA and PFOS alone, ranging from 70 to 8 million parts per trillion. So, you know, those are heavily contaminated sites of concern. What we don't have is the data on the 57 subgroups of PFASs found in AFFF or AFFF impacted groundwater, because now these mixtures are proprietary and we don't necessarily know what's in them and what effects they're having. We know that through national surveys, almost all airports conduct training tests. They're not putting out fires, they're training with the foam 1 to 3 times a year. And we know that 80% of those airports discharge foam into the ground. So obviously a major source and a lot of investigation going on around alternatives. I'll be honest with you, the United States is behind in this. A national, international report actually called us out as a nation, saying that our specs have been based on the chemical use and not on the functionality, and they're looking for us to catch on. So it's good that that research continues to happen. But we've heard that there are other sources in our drinking water. One study found in 2008 found this list of PFAS chemicals in recycled water from California wastewater treatment plants. And that was 2008. This is likely to have expanded. PFAS were also found in surface and groundwater at levels of 20 to 160 parts per trillion, and wetlands from 100 to 170 parts per trillion. So obviously this poses a threat not only to our current water systems or water resources, but it adds challenges to California's efforts to expand direct potable reuse for sustainable water sources in the future. Funny to talk about that with all the rain we're having, but we know that we need to address that. But as you've heard, we have industrial sites. We are an industrial state, metal plating being one of the things that is called out, and my colleague Jane Williams can speak much more to that than I can, but it is significant. But then we have the waste streams. We have food packaging waste, which may surprise you to learn is the second most common type of waste found in our streets, beaches, and waterways after cigarette waste. And many of these materials do contain PFAS to make them grease or water resistant. Carpet and textiles waste and personal care products is an emerging area of PFAS use, most of which end up going down our drains. Now, we had a wonderful presentation this morning about the EPA report that came out in February, and that did summarize some important ongoing activities and announced several new initiatives, particularly around analytical methods. We welcome that, and we do want to work, obviously, closely with our national partners, but we do feel that it doesn't go far enough for the people of California, and that's why other states are also acting. They need to address this with a sense of urgency. It does not really, while there is exploration of PFAS as a class, it really is focusing its regulatory response first on PFOA and PFOS. It's hard to say which actions will occur when. So we're looking forward to learning more and working with that, but we need to act as a state. So where are we? And this gets to the heart of what I'd like to say. It leaves us looking at the tip of the iceberg based on what we know and don't know, and we're needing to get under that surface and find out what's really happening out there. And that's why our recommendations really circle around some main points. First of all, California needs to develop a clearer understanding of PFAS environmental contamination, and we need to take a class approach. We need strategies to stop further PFAS contamination of water sources and other environmental media. We do need regulations to address the current contamination that we are finding. And we need a comprehensive multi-agency approach to addressing PFAS. So I'll end by just going through those rather quickly. And I'm sorry this is a little difficult to read. It's just a very nice chart of the various types of PFAS. And I think Dr. Reed's visual was better. This is one of our priorities. In order to really characterize that iceberg, we cannot look for PFOA and PFOS alone. A limited strategy at looking either at just these two chemicals or even at these two chemicals first, and I want to repeat that, even just looking at them first, will lead to some unintended consequences that scientists are informing us would be a very bad pathway. First of all, it would allow the public to continue to be exposed to PFAS chemicals through drinking water, irrigation, food, et cetera, because there are thousands of these chemicals replacing the old ones. It would create a never-ending cycle of regulation, as I've already mentioned, and it would facilitate the simple replacement of one regulated PFAS with regrettable fluorinated substitution. And that is a very real situation because it's exactly what's happening. The chemical industry will come and say, don't worry, we've got you covered in AFFF because we've got short-chained in there and you're okay. And that's not proving to be exactly accurate. Tied to that recommendation, we do need to require monitoring of all PFAS for which there are validated testing methods. I know you'll hear a little bit more about this later on, but right now the EPA method 537.1 2.1 does capture 18 PFAS chemicals. So at minimum, we should be using this in our public water systems. I am going to just briefly say that we would also, we did in our letter support, using the total oxidizer precursor assay, or the TOP assay, as a possible surrogate for total PFAS in drinking water. What this assay does is it speeds up the breakdown process of PFAS that Dr. Reed talked about, of the PFAA precursors, excuse me, aggressively in samples. And it brings them down to the PFAS, many of which can be measured by the EPA method 537. So this allows us to estimate the amount of the precursors in a sample in addition to the original PFAS, and therefore is probably the likely best surrogate. So we need to figure out how we can incorporate that to get more information. This is something I think the board could act on relatively quickly, and that is to simply request the public health goal from OWIHA using a class approach. We have been in discussions with OWIHA. We know that this is a bit daunting when you've got thousands of chemicals out there, and maybe we can't do it for all 4,700 or however many there are, but certainly we should be able to push the envelope, and there are various efforts that have happened around the world where we are capturing many more chemicals by looking at what they break down to as a way to establish some restrictions and some health measurements. And we've certainly done this before. Precedents include PCBs, dioxins, disinfection, byproducts. And so we would offer them that challenge. We would ask you to offer them that challenge. There is some interest, I will tell you, in the legislature on this effort. We would rather it come through the board, and so we can examine the science in the best possible way. And finally, not something that maybe the board can do itself, but can certainly help lead, and that is, you know, this is a really great workshop to be having. It's starting a very important conversation. It's got good people on, you know, at the table, but it's not enough. You can't do it all by yourself. This is a very big problem. Okay, DTSC, you'll hear more from them, but they're looking at carpet and PFAS as a class. Biomonitoring is monitoring for these chemicals and considers it a class. We need, I'm using the word task force here, maybe that's not the best word, but we need a strategy building formula that moves forward, bringing a lot of important people to the table. These are just some of the agencies. They're both state and local agencies that need to be at that table talking about the various health and environmental impacts, so that we can have a coordinated effort to, first of all, eradicate or at least reduce the use of PFAS in products so we can stop the problem at the source, but also address the problems that are already out there. And my final point I would like to say is, please, as we formulate or talk about developing that kind of task force, public interest groups need to be at the table, and that includes not only NGOs like mine, but those of people representing the impacted community. And that's because we're already doing a great deal of this work already. There are efforts both here in California and nationally to actually restrict when AFFF is used and to help find those alternatives that Mr. Mock talked about. It is the NGO community that is leading on actually testing food packaging, calling out companies that are still using these chemicals in food packaging, and working with retailers to restrict the use and sale of these products to protect the public and to reduce pollution. We're exploring initiatives to holding manufacturers accountable for the problems that we're going to have to face and clean up and address. And at some point, that's happened in other parts of the country, that needs to happen in California. We're trying, you know, we're doing the public education on these chemicals. We're trying to raise the bar and the awareness that hasn't been here in the state. We are certainly supporting initiatives here in the state on carpets and textiles. And in fact, many of us are part of state work groups that are working to get a handle on these issues. So, please include us and continue to include us in the discussion. And I will end there by thanking you and for thanking you for this opportunity to bring these thoughts and this whole workshop together.
Thank you so very much. Any comment from board members at this time? I think, yeah, thank you so much. I think that this beginning sort of set of individuals on the panel, you have done fantastic to really set the stage for the discussion, both at the national level and then background. And it's a nice time for us to take a break, and then we will actually begin to dive into the state's response, our strategy, how our sister agencies are doing that sort of coordination that you, Ms. Ventura, suggested we do. So let's take 15 minutes and come back at 11:20, and we'll continue. Okay, everyone, it is 11:20, and we would like to get started again. If you could please take your conversations outside if you would like to continue them. Otherwise, we will be beginning now. Thank you. Please take a seat, and sorry, I know there is probably very many productive conversations going on, so I do hate to and so you can take them outside too, but we must continue and try and remain on schedule. Thank you, everyone. Mr. Polhamus, if you would like to.
Thank you, Board Chair Esquivel. We'll resume. Next up for us is Dr. Melanie Marty from OEHA. I love saying OEHA instead of Office of Environmental Health Hazard Assessment, but she'll kick off on kind of our first part of what we know from them and the great help they've been providing to the Division of Drinking Water and the Water Board.
Good morning, members of the board. You know, if you say OEHA really fast, it sounds like you're having fun. Did you?
I was just about to remark. Either that or kind of like yeehaw. It's very animated, as opposed to State Water Resources Control Board, which doesn't translate well into an acronym. You can actually say SWRCB. Yeah.
So for those of you who are unfamiliar with OEHA, we are sort of the arm of CalEPA that does primarily risk evaluation for environmental contaminants. And I've been working for OEHA for a long time. So you guys already have heard this. I'm just going to skip this slide. You know there's lots of PFAS out there being used for different things. They are, as you've heard, extraordinarily persistent in the environment, at least some of them are. Widespread occurrence, measurable in water, air, soil, food. Many of the PFAS bioaccumulate because they're readily absorbed into us but not easily eliminated. And they can also bioaccumulate up the food chain, so we're at the top of the food chain. Another concerning thing is that they can transfer to the fetus from the placenta and to the baby through breast milk. So now we're talking about a sensitive life stage in terms of toxic chemicals. The health effects, I think you've heard already, include liver toxicity, toxicity to the immune system, developmental toxicity, cancer, and endocrine disruption. And some of those are based on animal studies, but a lot of that is based on both animal and human studies, so we have human evidence. Both PFOS and PFOA were listed under Proposition 65 as developmental toxicants in November 2017. OEHA is working on notification levels to recommend to the state board. In July 2018, we recommended to State Water Board interim notification levels for PFOA, 14 parts per trillion, which you will note is lower than the 70. And the endpoints there were of concern were liver toxicity and carcinogenicity. So that's what were the basis for that recommendation. And for PFOA, a similar number, 13 parts per trillion, based on immune system toxicity. We are evaluating the new science, including new cancer data recently released by the National Toxicology Program, to recommend to the Water Board notification levels for PFOA and PFOS. So these would replace the interim notification levels. Some of the science is a little tricky and does account actually for differences amongst recommendations for various agencies. One of those is considering how the body handles the chemicals and the differences between the experimental animals where we have good data and humans. So one example of a difference is elimination time of some of the PFAS in rodents is much faster than it is in humans. So you have a half-life of days to weeks versus years in humans. So that's going to impact how much chemical we get into us and how long it stays there. So the notification level values then and the health effects upon which they are based may change relative to the interim notification levels. So not every chemical has good animal toxicology data, so I'm sure you guys are aware of that by now. And this includes most of the PFAS chemicals. So OWIA has wanted to evaluate other PFAS chemicals looking wherever we can for data. There are new toxicity testing methodologies that are being developed and have been put into use. They actually started in the pharmaceutical industry because they don't like to release a drug that then produces bad effects in humans. So they have for years been using these, what we call high throughput test systems. And it is essentially that then those systems were then taken and adapted by the National Toxicology Program, which is part of the National Institutes of Health, U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, the FDA, and others in academia and actually nationally. So those cells essentially are cell-based. You're not looking at a whole animal. You're using either cells or even cellular components, so macromolecules, for example, that are in the cell. And you can test chemicals and see, do these chemicals perturb the normal function of the cell, and how do they perturb the normal function of the cell? And that gives you an idea of what they might do in a whole animal and in us. The idea is to gather information on many more chemicals much faster than the traditional animal toxicity testing, which takes decades. So you might learn something from an animal study in maybe about 10 chemicals in a year. Well, you can learn more from these types of studies on 10 chemicals in a day. So that just kind of gives you an idea of the time. I also should mention that there's what we call medium throughput studies. So using whole animals, little tiny things like zebrafish, which you can test a whole lot of them fast. They have a short life cycle. And you can also use those to look at developmental toxicity. Well, once you have this information from these cells or cell-based assays or even the zebrafish, how do you interpret that in terms of what would happen in a person? So that's an area of it's pretty complicated science, but we're looking at that. We also are going to try to use these read-across methods, which are methods to predict toxicity. So here's just kind of a basic idea. You have anchor chemicals that have lots of animal data available for them. So we know pretty much a lot about the toxicity of the anchor chemicals. You test them in these high throughput test systems. Then you take chemicals that you don't have that animal data or even human data in, and you test those in the high throughput systems, and you ask yourself, how do they compare with the anchor chemicals? So do these chemicals, for example, all the PFAS we don't know anything about, perturb cells or cellular components in the same manner as the anchor chemicals? That allows you to say, oh, they may cause the same kinds of toxicity. Then there's really a lot of read-across approaches that have been developed, including ones that are just based on computer simulations, which it's really fascinating. For example, we can know the three-dimensional structure of the estrogen receptor. Then we can look at different chemicals. Can those chemicals bind to the binding site on the estrogen receptor? And we can use just computers to do that. So there's another way we can try to look at chemicals that we don't have toxicity data for. So OWIA is discussing all these approaches with federal scientists working in this arena, as well as with academics, so that we can get a better handle on how to use what data are available out there. You've already heard about biomonitoring a little bit from previous speakers. So there's a whole program. It's a multi-agency program, Biomonitoring California. OWEA is a part of it, as are the California Department of Public Health and our sister agency, the Department of Toxic Substances Control. So what does biomonitoring mean? It really means measuring chemicals in biological samples, in this case from people, such as blood and urine. Biomonitoring efforts in the US and also in Europe have demonstrated basically ubiquitous exposure of humans to perfluoro and polyfluorinated chemicals. In deciding which chemicals and which groups of chemicals should be biomonitored, OWEA uses an expert advisory panel, the scientific guidance panel. And actually they're meeting right next door right now. So the scientific guidance panel then has basically said, you guys should be looking for this chemical or this group of chemicals as priority substances, and then we are able to put resources towards doing that. This slide just gives you an idea of the groupings of chemicals that the scientific guidance panel has already said you should be looking for these as a group, not individually one by one. So that's another issue that has been brought up that you heard earlier. So it's really more efficient to look at chemicals that have similar structure in terms of developing the methodologies for looking them. I mean, unfortunately, you can't just look into the literature and find a methodology for all of these chemicals in blood or urine. You have to develop those methodologies. So the perfluoroalkyl and polyfluoroalkyl substances are one of the Biomonitoring California's priority groupings. The information you then generate can be used to look at exposures of people, real people, and this information can be used in other programs to help them focus their program resources. There's been a number already of completed California biomonitoring studies that have measured PFAS. There's one that measured PFAS in pregnant women in the Bay Area, in Southern California firefighters, and you already heard that firefighters have elevated levels of PFAS. Kaiser members in the Central Valley. So the commonly detected PFAS chemicals, we're finding them in virtually everyone. For others, the percentage of detections in the samples is less, but oftentimes it's still substantial. So it just underscores that we're all being exposed. There is an ongoing study, the California Regional Exposure Study or CARE Study. It's going to evaluate PFAS concentrations in people in 8 regions of California. It includes right now 12 PFAS chemicals, and the labs are working to expand that number to about 30 measurable PFAS chemicals in biological samples. So the whole idea is characterize exposures across Californians throughout the state, looking for differences, understand the sources of the various PFAS exposures and why there might be differences, and then evaluating how concentrations of PFAS in humans change over time. I mentioned earlier that Proposition 65 has been looking at whether some of these chemicals should be listed under that statute as developmental and reproductive toxicants or even carcinogens. So a year and a half ago, we enlisted both PFOS and PFOA based on developmental toxicity. We are now looking at developing the maximum allowable dose levels, and we're working together with the water programs to look, the people studying the chemicals under the water program are also working with the P65 folks. So the MATL, what is a MATL? A MATL reflects exposures that are considered not to pose significant health risks. So in this case, it would be specifically for developmental toxicity in humans. That's all I have to say.
Thank you so much. Any comment from board members?
Just a question, and I don't know if you can answer, but I'll ask anyway. We heard from Ms. Ventura and Dr. Reed about approaching PFAS as a class, and you also mentioned that on one of your slides. What is the current status of science in terms of looking at things, or PFAS, for example, as a class, and what do you see as either the knowledge gap or the challenges of pursuing such an approach? Is it doable?
Well, that's a very good question, and I don't think I can answer it very well, actually. The challenges are that the chemistry in the PFAS grouping can be very variable. And so although lots of them have carbon-fluorine bonds in long chains, not all of them do. And some of the chemistry then is going to impact how it impacts you as a biological being. So without good toxicity data, it's challenging to figure out whether reproductive toxicity is an issue, liver toxicity, immune toxicity. It doesn't mean it cannot be done. So I've been around long enough to remember back in the day when we said, okay, for all of you guys emitting dioxins, we're going to treat all of them like the one we know the most about. And that's what we used to do. Till we get more information, then we adjust those, say, okay, well, it's half as toxic or a quarter as toxic or twice as toxic. And you can go through and develop what we call potency equivalencies. So we have done that with classes of compounds, including the dioxins and furans, the polychlorinated dioxins and furans. And we've done it for the polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons. So it's doable. It's kind of a moving target. So it's like you might produce your first estimate, but then you have to keep looking at the science as more data come in.
I had a quick question, maybe not so quick again, but this is a complicated issue, obviously. For members of the public that are viewing this, you know, their presence is ubiquitous, it seems. There is a lot of fear, perhaps, about what are the public health impacts, what are the current exposures. It might be helpful to maybe just understand, and maybe there's no answer at this point, but just maybe if you look at, sort of at least on the drinking water side, the MCLs that we have set for various other constituencies like arsenic, 1,2,3 TCP, issues that we know are of concern in drinking water in California now in communities. Where does PFAS sort of land in the exposure, you know, the risks ultimately to human health, sort of the severity of the toxic? I mean, I know much of this is actually science as we're talking here that is still needing to be developed, but maybe it can be helpful for the members of the public to then kind of understand relative to all these other known contaminants where this might fall.
That's a really good question. I think I can say that based on the estimates you saw from California, New Jersey, some of the other states, that it is very concerning. The health advisories are being set at the part per trillion level. So if you just use that as a gauge, it's pretty important to do something about it.
Thank you. Darren, if you'd like to introduce our next.
Yes, certainly. So next will be Mr. Carl Palmer. He's Chief of the Safe Consumer Products Branch in the Department of Toxic Substance Control.
Thanks, Darren. Thank you, Board, for the opportunity to speak with you today. So at DTSC, we have 3 core programs. You may be aware of the Hazardous Waste Management Program, which is responsible for regulating the generation, transportation, treatment, storage, and cleanup of hazardous waste to prevent harm to people and the environment. Our Site Mitigation and Restoration Program, which is responsible for cleaning up and restoring contaminated sites throughout the state of both legacy landfills, military bases, former industrial sites, and schools. And the third core program is the Safer Products and Workplaces program that I'm in. And our mission is really to implement regulations that require manufacturers of consumer products that contain hazardous chemicals to find safer alternatives to the use of those chemicals. And I should also say that we're blessed to have the Environmental Chemistry Laboratory, which supports all of our programs by doing sampling and analysis of all the different media and products in support of all of our missions. So Today, I'm going to spend most of my time talking about the Safer Consumer Products Program because of its sort of unique approach to dealing with the issues of PFAS and contaminants in general. So we'll go through that, and then I'll briefly touch on the other two programs. So we adopted regulations in 2013 at the direction of the legislature to establish a program that looks at consumer products that contain hazardous chemicals and try to find a safer way to develop the new products containing safer chemicals and to prevent harm. So our regulations are kind of a four-step process. The first part of the process is identifying what we call candidate chemicals. What we did was we established a list of lists. It contains over 3,000 chemicals on it, and if you add the classes of chemicals in there, it greatly expands. But that list we pointed to other authoritative bodies throughout the world, people who had already done good work to look at the hazard traits of chemicals, their inherent toxicity, for example, and the exposure pathways that pose potential harm. So that list includes things like the 303D and the 303C lists, looking at primary pollutants and priority pollutants and impacted water bodies. It also includes the Prop 65 list generated by our colleagues at OEHA and a variety of other lists like the IARC cancer list and pointing to lists in the EU that look at things like endocrine disruptors and PBTs. So it's an extensive list. And that's the menu, if you will, of chemicals that are under our authority to look at. The next step of the process is that the department, DTSC, then takes that list of chemicals and looks at a variety of consumer products in the market and says, well, what should we focus on? What's a potential problem? And that's a process I'm going to talk a little more detail about, but essentially there's two criteria that we look at when we're trying to assess what we focus on. The first one is that the chemical that we're from our candidate chemical list, in that product, is there an exposure pathway from that product into the environment or into people? And the second criteria is, does that exposure have the potential to contribute to or cause significant or widespread adverse impacts, either in the environment or in people? That's, I want to point to the keyword there's potential because we don't have oftentimes all the information and data we'd like on a chemical or an exposure pathway to make it really solid, but if we know that there's potential, we can move forward in the process. So once we identify a specific product chemical combination that we call a priority product, then we adopt that in regulation, and then we require manufacturers who make that product and sell it into California to go through a process that we call alternatives analysis. And that process is looking at that chemical and are there alternative ways to make that product that will both meet the functional needs of the product and that will be safer. And we ask the manufacturers to look at that process through the entire life cycle of the product, from the extraction of the materials to the manufacture of the product, to transportation, to the use of the product, and ultimately to end of life. So we have a life cycle approach to this, and all the impacts that can be that can come out of both the product we're concerned about and the alternatives. So we're weighing those against each other. And the manufacturer does that analysis, and then they provide that to DTSC. At that point, then, we evaluate their AA, as we call it, and we say, does that make sense? Did they use sound science? Did they use good judgment? Did they use all the information available? Does their recommendation of how they're going to make their product safer work? If not, we have a variety of regulatory responses, as we call them. We can ask for more information from the manufacturer to us. We can require the manufacturer provide information to consumers on potential risks. We can require that they do further research to fill data gaps. And ultimately, we can, if necessary, restrict or ban the sale of that product in California. So that's the basic framework of our regulatory process. And it's very different than most the processes in this building, where we have a regulatory standard of some kind, and then we require someone to meet or get underneath it or address that. And that burden is typically on government. So what we've done is we've turned that around a little, and we've asked the manufacturers to do the heavy lifting and saying, hey, you go out there and you make this product, you know how it works, you've done a lot of research already, expand your scope to look at all the potential alternatives. So what we do, then the next logical question is, how do we pick a product? Since our definition of a consumer products is extremely broad. The department puts out a 3-year work plan. And when in that work plan, we identify categories of consumer products that we're interested in. And those, we have 7 of them. And as you've heard, almost all of these categories contain products that use PFAS chemicals, but they're fairly logical. Beauty and personal care products, we're concerned about the application of these to people's bodies, and many of them wash down the drain and end up in our aquatic systems. Similarly, cleaning products are a concern for the same reason, but we're also concerned about cleaning products because often the principal concern is that workers using those products are exposed to them for long periods of time. Similarly, we're concerned about the furnishings in the indoor environment in our schools and our workplace and homes because we spend most of our time inside, and so there's a logical exposure pathway there. And also we're concerned about products in the built environment for the same reason. We also are concerned about the products we use in our schools and our offices, things like toner cartridges, the contents of those, and things like the receipts that you get at the grocery store that may be treated with certain chemicals, things like that. We're also looking at lead-acid batteries. Former Governor Brown asked us to look at that, and the California legislature asked us to look at that, in large part due to issues related to challenges in the recycling of those lead-acid batteries and a record of harm that's come from that. And lastly, our last category is food packaging, which, as you've heard, is another area of concern, primarily because some of these chemicals migrate into food and into people, and ultimately the packaging itself gets into our landfills, it gets incinerated, it gets into our waterways and things like that. So that's a very large menu of options, and then we spend a lot of time filtering through those, working with a variety of stakeholders, both our colleagues in government, our advocacy stakeholders, and business and industry to say, well, what makes sense for us to focus on? I want to highlight that in that document, we identify our policy priorities, and in this round, our priorities are really to protect children and to protect workers, as well as to protect the aquatic environment. Those are 3 of the lenses that we start looking through when we start making decisions about what we're going to focus on. So my next slide is somewhat a different version of Dr. Reed's slide, I think, and I'll just make a couple points about this. One is that, as was pointed out, there's a variety. This is a large class of chemicals with a lot of different subclasses. There's some commonalities in terms of their physical and chemical characteristics, but importantly, the one subclass that we know the most about, the perfluoroalkyl acids, all of these different subclasses can either lead to them or come from them, and so we have concerns that while some of these subclasses, we don't have as much information about how bad they are, we also know that they can lead to other things that we know are bad, and we also, as Dr. Marty pointed out, are concerned as a class of chemicals as the science evolves, that we don't just move to an alternative that we think might be safer, but we don't really know that. And certainly the California legislature, when they tasked us to implement our program, that was one of their concerns, is they didn't want to have a program where they would focus on one chemical, perhaps ban that chemical in a product, only to have another chemical of a similar nature be used that might have similar problems or even worse, than what we call a regrettable substitute. So our regulatory framework, this is important to us to capture things as a class, because the other thing it does is it encourages the manufacturers to look outside that class and to develop new, safer alternatives and look at safer chemistries. It also prevents them from escaping our regulatory perspective by moving away from the one chemical that we named when we look at the whole class. So I won't spend time on this slide because, as you've heard from Dr. Marty and others, we know a lot about the potential problems of this class of chemicals, and we're certainly concerned about that. That's why it's a priority for us. So what are we doing specifically in our program? The one product chemical combination we're focusing on right now are rugs and carpets that are treated with PFAS chemicals. Last year we put out a fairly lengthy technical document looking at and describing why we're concerned about that. We're in the process now of moving into rulemaking to adopt this as a priority product. Then the next step would be for the manufacturers of carpets and rugs that are sold into California that contain one of those PFAS chemicals, that they're then required to do that alternatives analysis to look for a safer way to make the product. And importantly, this is a busy slide, but it's sort of the conceptual exposure model, if you will, for carpets and rugs treated with PFAS. And you can see that there are many pathways of concern. We know that dusts are generated that contain PFAS chemicals. Those dusts are inhaled and ingested by children and people in the home. When you wash a carpet and clean it, that wastewater gets put into the system in various ways. It can end up in sludges, it can end up in soil, it can end up in our water bodies. And similarly, at the end of life, if a carpet gets disposed of, it can end up in a landfill, and leachate can contain PFAS chemicals as well. The important point, as you've heard, is that these chemicals are very persistent and very mobile. So from our perspective, trying to intervene at one step of this process is not nearly as efficient as going upstream to look at the source of the potential problem and say, can we find a better way to not use this class of chemicals that still meets the functional need, which is in carpets is the stain and soil resistance properties that people want in the market. So ultimately, when the alternative analysis is done, we look at it, as I said, we evaluate it and see if there's something that needs to be done. We're not there yet in our process. The first product chemical combination we'll be looking at is not a PFAS, it's methylene chloride paint strippers, which has other issues. But again, this is sort of our framework and it's a different way of looking at how we might address some of these problems related to PFAS. Briefly, I want to talk about our other two core programs. I think our site mitigation and restoration program, you've heard, has the similar challenges that the water boards and DOD and others have in terms of how you go through a cleanup process. We have looked at all the federal facilities that we're working on in California. We know that, and we've looked at the work plans and evaluated the sampling results, and we know that there's contamination at a number of those sites, both in groundwater and wastewater treatment, influent and effluent, and in soil. And so our restoration program folks are prioritizing looking at focusing on protection of drinking water supply wells. And so as we go through the cleanup process, that's the focus for the DOD facilities. For the non-DOD facilities, we have limited information, not nearly as much, and we're working on that. And similarly, we'll be prioritizing protecting drinking water as well as other potential pathways to impact in the community. So I won't go into detail on that. I don't have a lot of specific numbers. Our hazardous waste management program, interestingly, we surveyed 94 permitted hazardous waste facilities in California to ask them about were they generating PFAS waste. And PFAS is not a hazardous waste. In California, it's not regulated as such. So 63% of those facilities said, we don't have any information on PFAS because we don't track it as a hazardous waste. But interestingly, 20% of the facilities did indicate that they do manage some waste that are PFAS related, whether that's AFFF or otherwise. So even though it's outside the hazardous waste system, these products, just like all products, have a life cycle that we need to consider in terms of where are these products going ultimately, not just in their use phase. So that's an important point. So that's a quick rundown of where we are at DTSC, if you have any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Palmer.
And because this is all of the agencies then, other than our agency, right? So I think help me understand where, who's looking at, so first of all, I'm really excited to dig into the state water boards. But before we get to the state water boards presentation and plans, I just want to understand, are there aquatic ecosystem impacts that somebody is evaluating? Is that somehow being investigated or understood by anyone? Or is that whose lap does that fall into?
I'll take that. First off, this is not all the agencies working on it. So Cali PA meets regularly amongst all of it. The Air Board, Cal Recycle, and other boards department offices here at Cali PA are working on it. We didn't bring them all today to talk about it. We picked a few kind of focused on direct action and to try to keep it there. So I should definitely talk about that. And then, yeah, aquatic. We'll get into a little bit of that with Shala and where we're going, but there's basically a lot more work to be done there in trying to figure out what is actually happening. We've detected it in aquatic environments, but I don't think we're anywhere near being able to say exactly what is happening in those aquatic environments.
And then I guess similarly, so, and maybe this is, because I think we're starting to understand the impacts on human health a lot better, but I just wasn't sure if there are agencies that are also understanding impacts on aquatic ecosystems, and then also just in terms of fish and food kind of accumulation levels. Is that something that's being investigated as well, or starting to be better understood?
Well, those are all good questions. I can tell you a little bit about the fish and food. So OEA issues fish advisories for chemicals. And at this point, we do not have enough systematically collected data on PFAS in fish in California water bodies to have a basis for issuing a health advisory for fish. So the data are lacking. I think, though, that there are other investigations of fish contamination and impacts on aquatic life, some of them being done in Europe. And perhaps our Region 9 colleague can talk about what EPA is doing in that regard.
Yes? Oh, no, please.
So earlier I had acknowledged that a lot of the information in our action plan is based currently on human risk, and that in our longer term plan, as you flip through the action plan, you'll see notations with regards to ecological risks, information that we still need to gather, and are working closely with USGS and others to try and obtain information associated with ecological risks, as well as universities and the Corps of Engineers.
I'd like to just add a little tiny piece to that, because Clean Water Action is actually working on designations of San Francisco Bay with the new beneficial uses the state board approved. And so we do know that there is emerging concern in the Bay because SFEI, San Francisco Estuary Institute, has been doing some monitoring of PFAS in the Bay, finding it primarily in the southern part of the Bay, which is more industrial and potentially impacted by the airports. And they found very high levels in certain kinds of seals and fish, wildlife. And that is a concern for subsistence fishing. I would agree with Dr. Marty that we don't have a lot of, the data is limited there. Other states have acted on, with some fish advisories. Hawaii has, did you say Michigan has? And I think New Jersey has. So that's an important part of the equation as well. Interesting, as far as food contamination, San Francisco actually, the county and city of San Francisco actually passed an ordinance to limit PFAS or to actually ultimately ban PFAS in takeout food packaging. And the reason for that was they want to be able to compost that material. And their concern was, what effect does compost have on agricultural products? Because there is some evidence that crops, certain kinds of crops at least, can take up PFAS from the soil or the water that they're being irrigated with. So there are those concerns as well. These are emerging concerns.
Thank you. Good questions from the board member.
Sure, thank you, Chair Esquivel. So next speaker will be Ms. Jane Williams from California Communities Against Toxics.
Okay, thank you. I'm Jane Williams, the Executive Director of California Communities Against Toxics. Okay. You've heard a lot of information about this chemical, and I imagine that your brains are full. And so I thought we'd do something fun. I would do a lightning round on crazy PFAS facts, okay? First of all, to say that we have this irrational focus on PFOS and PFOA. And some of the testimony that you heard today is skewed by this irrational focus on just these two chemicals, when really it's like 5,000, okay? But first of all, and you're not, I'm gonna give you the question and potential answers, and in your mind, you can just write down which answer you think's correct. And then later, after my presentation's over, I'm gonna give you the answers, okay? All right? So first of all, and I know that I have some, you know how there's this new thing, foodies, right? Well, some in the audience here, we have people that are foodies on PFAS chemicals. I mean, we have some folks here sitting at the table and in the audience that are experts on these chemicals, and I'd be very interested after this presentation is over how many of them got these right. So first of all, how do we know that PFAS and PFOA are dangerous? Is it because we have studies in Daphnia, mice, monkeys, or humans? What is the largest known PFAS plume in the United States? Is it 1 square mile, 10 square miles, or 100 square miles? Which state has more people drinking PFAS-contaminated water than any other state in the country? Is it New Hampshire, Michigan, or California? What is the highest known concentration of PFAS in water in this country? Is it Minnesota, North Carolina, or California? And when did we first know that PFAS chemicals were in breast milk? Melanie, you cannot answer. Is it 2018, 2000, or 1968? So I'm going to flip through a whole bunch of my slides very quickly because it's very difficult coming at the end of a workshop knowing what people previously were going to go through. So stuff that you've already been exposed to, I'm not going to cover it. All right. And why do I care so much about this, and why am I here in front of you? For a couple different reasons, first of all. First of all, I live in a small town right next to Edwards Air Force Base. And in the mid-'80s, when I say small town, I mean small town. I mean, when my grandfather moved there, there was one telephone in 1946. 1,500 people in the town. 50 kids in my high school graduating class. In the mid-'80s, 11 children in 3 years contracted brain cancer and all died. So that's the reason I do this work and why I care about it so much. First, that's the first part. The second part is that most of the work I do is in Southern California in this highly industrialized areas. And so the cat's already out of the bag, and we have a huge problem with these chemicals and groundwater. And there are 11 areas in the world that are most at risk for conflict over water in the next century, and Los Angeles is one of those places. So here's your sources. AFFF, chrome plating, etching facilities. It may interest you to know that the chrome plating industry was the first industry to use these chemicals. And there are more chrome platers in Southern California than any other place on the planet for some reason. I don't know why. This is the challenge that we have with water. We have a global problem with water, and now PFAS contamination is going to add to this. This is what it looks like. This is a very important slide. This is a conceptual model of AFFF sites. This model shows us what we should be looking for if we care about sites that are potentially affected. We want to look at the leading edge of the plume. And if you see what the leading edge of the plumes are, it's the precursors in C2. Now, when DOD went out and tested all their bases and their off-site wells, that is not what they tested for. This is from a DOD report to Congress. Lots of contaminated sites, lots. This is also a very important slide. The irony is that DOD knew it had a problem with AFFF over 20 years ago. And it spent a great deal of time in its SWRCB program, Strategic Environmental Resource Response Program, developing a new assay called the TOP assay. And what this slide shows you is that when you use the top assay, there's huge amounts of the PFAS problem that you don't see using method 537. So in the first column, you see that big number, that's 1.1 million, that's PFOS. But you see all those numbers at the top are other contaminants that the top assay can see. Some of those ones on the bottom are the same. And I'm going to get into this top assay and why it's important. This right here are directly measured analytes. If you look, Tam, I know you're going to love this slide because look at the scales. When you use the top assay, all of a sudden you see a world that it's like dark matter where most of it's missing. That's what happens when you use a top assay. All of a sudden you see this huge amount of these perfluorinated compounds in the water, where if you only used method 537, you're looking at like less than 1% of them. There's a research agenda on PFAS by DOD and DOE. It's a very aggressive research agenda, and I would recommend that our state figure out what this research agenda is and maybe have some input into it, because they're putting a lot of money into this agenda. Accidents happen all the time. This is what one of them looks like, just to give you an idea of the scale of this problem. Common consumer products contain PFAS chemicals, lots of them. This is a study that was done by folks here in California using biomonitoring data, and this is what it shows, is that roughly 1/3 of our body burden is from drinking contaminated water. It's a very substantial part of our exposure. This is a very busy slide, but here's what it shows. At the very top of the food chain, plasma, serum, and breast milk, you've got very high levels of some of these chemicals, PFOS, PFOA, and one of my favorites, the XS chemical. XS has become my favorite PFOS, and here's why. Because when all of us are gone and this entire civilization that we live in has been destroyed, that chemical will still be here. It does not degrade by any known force of nature. Scientists that study this chemical think that it will last for millions of years. It will outlast anything we have built. Polar bears are at the very top of the food chain, and when you look at what their levels of PCB, dioxin, PBDEs, which are the brominated flame retardants, and mercury, you add all that up in a polar bear, and the PFAS chemicals are more than all of that combined. So we have irreparably contaminated our world with these chemicals. This is the polar bears and seals, and you can see this dip. If you look at the top red, you see the dip is coming down. So that's PFOS. So some scientists believe that because we banned the production of PFOS, that we're going to see the levels going down like that, and that's going to be a trend. Other folks think that that's going to go back up again, because what we've done is switch production to the precursors, and when the precursors get in the polar bear, they turn into PFOS, just like they do in the human body. This is just a fate and transport model. We have growing concerns that a number of these chemicals are being incinerated, and then unfortunately when they're incinerated, they go back into groundwater, which is something, Tam, I know that you're concerned about as well. Here's firefighters. Firefighters are at the front lines of exposure with these chemicals. They are more exposed and are dying from these exposures. This is our firefighter occupational exposure project data, the FOX data. When we look at these chemicals and we want to prioritize where we should be reducing exposures, I would say that our firefighters and first responders should go first. When we measure blood, they are always at the highest levels. And we have a lot of anecdotal evidence. Firefighters are organizing across the country. In fact, they had input into the hearing today in Congress about how many firefighters have died from cancer and other diseases that they think are caused from exposure to these chemicals. We need a state strategy that looks at all these as a class. It's irrational, this focus on PFOS and PFOA. When the precursors, just like DDT, turns into DDE, when all these shorter chains are having some of the same public health impacts, It just doesn't make any sense. We should be looking at them as a class and regulating them as a class. We've done it before with PCBs and dioxin. This is the unfortunate part that you guys are probably going to be most interested in. These chemicals break through GAC. And there's not, there's a couple other slides in here. The bottom line is that there's no one shot with all these chemicals. If you're going to try to get these chemicals out of water and make water safe to drink, you're not going to be able to just use like GAC or advanced oxidation or RO. Sometimes you're going to end up with a treatment train to get all of them out. And there's actually been extensive research in the last 5 years on which water treatment technologies take out which different kinds of chemicals in the PFAS family. Now I know, and I want to warn you, that DOD just wants to come into California and put GAC on everything, and that's not going to work. GAC works good for PFOS and PFOA. It doesn't work very well for many of the other problems. This is a slide about how important it is to understand that the precursors break down into the most toxic congeners. And I cannot overemphasize this, and it does not take very long, 3 to 4 months. So when you drink the precursors, within 3 to 4 months, you're going to see rising levels of PFOS in your blood. So here is a matrix of, this is actually a summary of treatment technologies for water done by ITRC. And you can see this is very problematic because complete PFAS treatment technologies are going to be on the more expensive end of the scale, not the least expensive end of the scale. And we don't have complete information on the entire suite of PFAS chemicals and how aggressive reverse osmosis is going to be on all of them. But it is good news that they pick up the precursors, as you can see on the bottom. So, and I'm sure that as state water board members, you will be very sensitive to the fact that if we have to RO all of the drinking water in Southern California, we're going to have a garage sale and big cookies at the post office. This is another slide that talks about how some soar better to the anti-exchange resins and some soar better to GAC. So there's not a one-shot deal here. You're not going to be able to just put one technology on this thing and fix it. So the same thing here, you get faster breakthrough with the PFAAs with GAC. This is just a quick, treatment technology. I'm kind of flip through here. The folks in Sweden rather are really far ahead of us right now. They're looking at regulating a sum of 11 PFAS chemicals in water at a total of 90 parts per trillion. This is PFAS levels in human plasma serum and breast milk, and you can see again the ones on the top. These are states with numerical PFAS limits. California's in there. All right, we're green. Here's the really bad news. Since 2006, EPA has approved 600 new PFAS chemicals for sale. We think that they're approving roughly 1 a month. So here we get to the elements of a rational, comprehensive action plan for chemicals used in commerce would include these things: cradle-to-grave regulation, pre-market review prior to manufacturing for toxicity, transport, and fate, protections for society's most vulnerable, comprehensive monitoring plan, and a technological plan for destruction. That's what you would do if you really cared about keeping chemicals away from people, but you wanted to use them for some reason. Pandora's box is already open. We've already basically irreparably contaminated the earth with these chemicals, and now what do we do? Well, I always feel like I'm the bearer of bad news wherever I am invited to come and speak to folks. So really what we need to do is reduce exposure immediately to the most vulnerable, which would be the next generation. We need to seek to prevent further releases. Those of us on the advocacy side are talking about bans. This suite of chemicals really should have been added to TSCA when TSCA was passed in 1976. We've got to stop this media transfer, because that's what's happening now. You're getting all kinds of absolutely irrational outcomes on the ground. So, for instance, the state of Vermont picked up all their AFFF foam, sent it to a cement kiln to be burned last month. State of Massachusetts picked up half their AFFF foam and sent it to a facility in Ohio that makes fuel pellets, where it was burned in apartment complexes. GAC is being burned, even though we know these things don't burn. So we've got to stop this media transfer where we basically regulate a chemical in water, and because we don't regulate it in air, then we just switch it from the water to the air, and we spend a lot of money doing that. So our state's got to get a comprehensive approach to this problem. We've got to get better analytics. That's where SWRCB and DOD could help us, because they already have a research program on analytics. Our DTSC lab has some of the best lab capacity in the country on the analytics for these chemicals. We need to get even better at that. And we need not a disposal method. You cannot dispose of these chemicals. They are disposalless. You can't dispose of them. You cannot bury them because they'll get in your groundwater, and you cannot burn them because they'll get in your air. So we need an ultimate destruction method that will break the bonds of the carbon fluorine. Actually, we probably already have that already. If I was giving this talk 20 years ago, I'd say good luck. But some of the chemical weapons destruction technologies that we developed over the last 20 years can probably deal with these chemicals. So that's my chat, that's my talk. Now, why do we know PFOS and PFOA are so dangerous? Because of a human study that was done, cost $350 million. These are human data that we know. What's the largest known plume? Underneath the Twin Cities, it's 100 square miles. What state has more people drinking PFAS contaminated water? California. 3.5 million people, 1 in every 10 people. That's from what we know from UCMR3. What's the highest known concentration of PFAS? In California, 8 million parts per trillion underneath the China Lake Naval Weapons Center, about 100 miles from my house. First known occurrence in breast milk, 1968. So we knew this was a problem. We didn't do the right thing, and now we're on the receiving end of a lot of hard work. So I look forward to working with you all on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for a fantastic presentation. It's certainly been a sober morning. Darren?
Yeah, thank you. So Ms. Farnock and I will proceed with our presentation. I'm going to cover, if I could get the clicker down here. Oh.
And just to make note, for those that want to engage in public comment, please make sure you get your speaker cards to Janine. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. So I'm going to cover a little bit of largely kind of where we've been, and then we're going to talk about what we're going to do moving forward, kind of in the immediate future. I'll start off with the end, which is this is not a presentation about the entire path that we need to take as a water board. It's merely the kind of the next steps that we need to start into. And it's a bit, as you'll see in my presentation, it's a bit of a back and forth of an iterative process. So it's hard to see the end at the moment. And so we need to take steps that help us understand where we're going. So this is a timeline kind of the actions we've done. I'm going to go through each of these in a little bit more detail than the slides that follow, but I wanted to show that we've been working in different steps of this for some time now. So as was mentioned, the UCMR3 really kicked us off with the data that came from that. There's been several presentations showing about that. One thing I will mention that sometimes when the mention of how many people are drinking the water that came from this data set, that oftentimes they're grabbing the entire population where it maybe was 1 or 2 source wells. And obviously I can't give a better number than that, but understand that it's complicated in trying to determine how many people were actually exposed within those water systems. We had 133 detections in California and 297 beyond the UCMR3. So water systems have been submitting data to us beyond the UCMR3 data, and we've been gathering that data through our data collection. The other point that's been mentioned, of course, is that the The detection limits, the detection levels for the UCMR3 were much higher than are available to us in the testing methodology now. So following that, US EPA did establish the health advisory level at 70 parts per billion combined PFOA, PFOS. Their communication to us at that time was that they were concerned about water systems at that level. We worked with the water systems that were known to have, to basically be above the health advisory level to deal with how to address that moving forward. So it was a bit of a unique communique with us and them about the health advisory level and an extra level of concern associated with it. So following on that, there was detections above the 70 part per billion. 9 water systems in California had those detections, as has also been mentioned. We were able to basically get all of those out of circulation by either taking the source offline, seeing that they were behind treatment so that the other side was not above it, or that there was blending going on to presumably and calculated wise take them below the 70 part per trillion health advisory level. So following that, and in conjunction with OEHA's advice, we issued notification levels for PFOA and PFOS. Certainly understand the critique that why just those, and the answer was really those were we were following the health advisory level from US EPA. As we learned more about these other materials, these were the ones we had the most health information on from the studies and could get our hands on as far as making a determination associated with that. Our notification levels also correspond with a response level, which is something we set to be higher, where we're like even more concerned than a notification level. And when we look at the water sources currently over the notification level, you can see the numbers there. We had 18 and 25 respectively. So I want to talk a little bit about what a notification level means. It's not common knowledge to everybody. Certainly they're non-regulatory and they do not require that people test. They really are recommendations from us that we have a heightened level of concern. We would encourage water systems to do the testing. Now, if they find an exceedance of the notification level, the regulations do then require, so if they have chosen to voluntarily monitor and they find it above the notification level, they then are required to notify their governing board, whether that's a city council or a board of directors of a water system or whatnot. We recommend that they notify their consumers, but they are not compelled to do so by regulations. Many water systems do that. They're very conscientious about that, but I want to be clear that it is not a universal requirement. Generally speaking, on the response levels, you notice that we match the health advisory level from US EPA. That we had already addressed those water systems at that level in California. If you look back at other notification levels that have been issued by California, the response levels generally were 10 to 100 times above what the notification level were. And these are certainly all considerations that have to be made specifically to the chemical or the contaminant in question. It seemed most advised at this one that 10 would be much too high based on the actions and the understanding we had. So we did set the response level where we recommend water systems continue to take action on their drinking water sources above the health advisory level or the combined 70 parts per trillion. I made a note here as well, Chair Esquivel, you asked a question about risk, and I thought it would be kind of important to make a note here that a lot of people will confuse a comparative risk. Dr. Marty mentioned, you know, you look at the level at which we're doing the testing at and what we're setting these at, and I think that's completely true when we're talking about public health goals, somewhat about notification levels, but it does break down when we get to MCLs. So when people are trying to do a comparative risk, you need to step back at the MCL. They have a lot of other factors that go in setting those. And so then that means that they can carry a much higher risk unless you look at what their PhD is for that material. So I want to make sure the public understands that they need, when they're trying to make those determinations, they need to look across that. For instance, I would say that the highest risk in California on our MCLs is still arsenic. We're talking about a risk here that does exist, but the level of our MCL for arsenic puts much more of the public at risk than the levels we're talking about trying to get out with these materials. So the kind of the delay between the notification level and where we are here today and presenting where we're going to go forward was largely as we wanted to develop lab capacity to move forward with. So, and this is kind of a good slide to be very careful about the confusion because it's super easy to confuse 537 revision 1.1 and 537.1. That's a most unfortunate set of numbers between the two test methods there, or the generations of test methods, but they are distinct and different. So we, right after the notification level, through our LTAC committee, with the assistance of ELAP and others, worked to make sure that we had some lab capacity developed in California, and we're able to get to a point where we do have a number of labs, and I can actually even update this slide. As of like yesterday, there's now 13 labs accredited by California ELAP that can do 537 revision 1.1. So it's the method we have available to us that we've worked to get to. In December, the 537.1 came out, and we will work on transitioning to that. As you can see, it does include new compounds that we can get at. Both of those are water methods for the drinking water matrix, and that leaves the question of what about the other matrices that we need to test. And we have a plan that we will talk a bit about, but we can use a DoD development testing method and get labs that are pre-certified for that to be able to be certified in California so that we can follow through with that method as well and expand the types of testings that we can do. And now it's Shala.
I guess it's good afternoon. This is Shala Farnock with the Water Board. Before I start my presentation, obviously the information in here has been humbling, so I wanted to make sure I emphasize what I'm talking about may not even be a drop in the bucket in terms of what we're doing. We don't have a phased investigation plan that's bound, sitting in a shelf. This is an adaptive plan. So my goal is to inform you on what are the 3 phases that we initially have identified, where we are with this phase 1, and maybe what we are looking ahead to do. And I also wanted to make sure I remember to thank the team of staff that have been working behind the scene. As Member Dan Dodak mentioned, this was a fast-paced activity. We have redirected the staff, so there's a team of staff in Division of Water Quality that have been working with our regional board staff and partners, the Division of Drinking Water, and as well as our Cali EPA partner agencies. But I wanted to specifically acknowledge Wendy Link, that all our panel members know, that helped put this workshop together as one of our staff. So with that, I just have a few slides. I know we are at the end of the day. I will be brief, providing an overview of what we are having in here, and we are open to suggestions and recommendations. So this plan was put together based on what we have learned from industry, EPA, other agencies, and what we understand the fate and transport of these compounds to be, how fast they move, and what are the priority. As it was mentioned earlier, our first foremost priority is to identify these areas, do source investigation, but also most importantly, determine if they are water supply wells that our people are drinking that are a high threat. But ecosystem, other impacts obviously are an impact. So for the first phase, we have identified 2 groups, 31 airports that we, based on our data, have indicated they have training and fire response sites, and we believe that they have used or may have used firefighting foam, AFFF. And then we also have identified the drinking water wells around those areas. So we have circled a 2-mile radius. The numbers in here in terms of drinking water wells just shows what we identified within a 2-mile radius. The district offices of the Division of Drinking Water would look at these numbers and identify which ones are active, which ones are actually currently being used. And then that's why I have the note that numbers subject to change. So that's the group. And the way we are approaching this is a statewide approach for the facilities to do source control. Those are California Water Code 13267 investigative orders. These orders would have 2 components. One is to verify with the questionnaire that the facilities are actually have used this compounds and give them an opportunity, if we are incorrect, to let us know. And then the other part is for them to submit work plans and conduct testing. For the drinking water wells, the Division of Drinking Water and the districts have the authority based on California Health and Safety Code, Section 116-400, and those orders will be issued by the Division of Drinking Water. One more thing I wanted to mention is that these orders, what we're talking about is a statewide effort. So the 13267s, we plan to have them signed by the water boards, Eileen Sobek, and then each of them would have a cover letter with a signature from the regional board executive officers and contact person from the regional boards. And my understanding from there on is that the Division of Drinking Water orders would be issued by the district offices to allow them to do a close review and identify what facilities should be testing and which provider is going to receive those orders. Also included in our phase 1 is municipal solid waste landfills. We have identified with the help of our regional board roundtables and prioritized 252 municipal solid waste landfills that we believe have accepted materials that contain the PFOS chemicals. This does not include the ones that only accept inert materials. It also does not include the facilities that our regional board, Santa Ana Regional Board, has already requested to be testing. We're waiting to hear from those test results, and they will be available, as well as our regional boards who are updating their current monitoring and reporting requirements, because these landfills are all under monitoring and reporting requirements. So initially, we're going to approach which is 13267, which would be a one-time testing requirement. And if there is a need for additional testing, then the regional boards will be modifying their monitoring requirements to include that as an ongoing basis. For these facilities, we have tagged 1 mile radius for the list of drinking water wells that we have put together and supplied to the Division of Drinking Water to evaluate and further screen to determine which one's going to be tested. There's also the UCMR3 phase 1 sampling that was done. The Division of Drinking Water is planning to relook at those facilities, have identified 1 mile radius sources that are within the areas where detections were done, identified before, or they were not tested. They also plan to fill in the gap by requiring testing at some of the adjacent smaller systems, which are the ones that are below 10,000. And I do have an error in this slide. The Health and Safety Code section is the same. So there is a 1 missing. So that would be 116,400 again. This is just a kind of a timeline of what we're looking at in terms of the deliverables for phase 1. I like to emphasize when we say phase 2 and phase 3, it does not mean when we say begin that we're not doing until then. We basically are identifying the sites and fine-tuning and working with the different programs across the regions and the industry to identify what those are. Also in our phases, if you noticed, we have not included the work we're doing in collaboration with Department of Defense to identify the facilities they have tested, their findings, and then our most important stage would be in those areas to identify the water supply wells within the vicinity of those bases that need to be tested. As I mentioned, it doesn't include efforts by our regional boards and that are ongoing. And it doesn't include any elements of research at this point in terms of our efforts and interest to partner with organizations that are doing research and look for opportunities on how we can contribute to that research. We're also working collaboratively with the Division of Drinking Water E-Lab to make sure that the DOD certified methods that Darren had in his slide that actually goes beyond the drinking water matrices are accredited and the labs are able to do that test. For our 13 to 67, we plan to use that test, request that test, which looks for 25 to 30 compounds. So as I mentioned, we have both the divisions have the orders ready, drafted. I believe the Division of Drinking Water has the orders and the list of wells with their district office. The Division of Water Quality has our orders put together as well, and we're doing the final stages. We expect all these orders to go out before the end of this month, if not sooner. I mentioned the orders for us, for the water quality side, has a questionnaire. Those are due within the 30 days of the date those orders are issued and then we'll do verification to see if we need to follow up with them. The work plans, we are requesting 60 days to get those. We expect our regions to need 30 days, and in some cases where the regions have a lot of facilities in their area, up to 60 days to accept those work plans, and the expectation would be that the test data to be provided to us within 90 days. So that's our anticipated timeline, and this is something that the Division of Water Quality has a statewide role, and we will be partnering with our regions to make sure that we can handle the workload. We expect all the mailouts of the orders to be done by DWQ.
A question before you move forward.
Sure.
What type of outreach has staff conducted with the airports and the landfill operators that are about to receive these orders?
Let me just answer that when I get to the public outreach elements. Correct. And that's a good point, because we're so in a hurry to get these out. It's important and not miss important steps. So for phase 2 and phase 3, I'm just going to briefly just go through one slide for each because we're still kind of formulating those. One of the things I have, primary manufacturing facilities, as we heard today, we do not believe there are any in California, but we wanted to make sure, working with our stormwater program and industry, verify that we don't have actually facilities who are manufacturing these compounds in California. And the highest priority in this phase would be the refineries, bulk terminals, and non-airport fire training areas, as well as the 2017-2018 urban wildfire areas where we know from all the burns and consumer products and what you heard that we expect to do testing of stormwater and other areas. For phase 3, what we label as secondary manufacturing facilities, as was pointed out by other presenters as well as Jane Williams, we're looking at plating facilities, any facilities that use these products in their process, to look at their wastewater, be looking at wastewater treatment facilities, pre-treatment operations, biosolids, and where they are applied. And then most importantly, identifying our strategies as we get to that point on how we're going to expand this to do testing of the domestic well systems through voluntary programs or through initiating similar programs we have had in the past where we actually contracted to go out and test those domestic wells if they authorize us to access. And we're looking forward to learn from DOD's experience on how to make that effort successful and our past experience. So the most important question that I knew board members would ask, and Tam, here I wanted to highlight recognizing the importance of this, what resources we have generated. We have a website that I believe it may have gone live last night that can be accessed directly from the Water Board's main website. We are putting together FAQs and other fact sheets, providing links to other ones. This is just a start. We believe it's going to be built. We think it's important to have one place where people can find if they want to test what it is, what's going to happen. We have started a listserv, so anyone who wants to be informed about ongoing efforts would be through the source. For our GAMMA program, our groundwater ambient monitoring and assessment program website has been the site that we provide tools for data. We expect all the data to be available both for the water quality source testing as well as any data that Division of Drinking Water puts in their database we are able to access. Currently, we have 2 tools in our GAMMA. One is for nitrate and one is for 123 TCP, where you can go put your address and determine if there has been detections within your area. We plan to, at the minimum, start generating that for PFOS, which I think it would be very informative to encourage domestic well owners to do testing. And then all the reports, work plans, sampling information will be uploaded through our GeoTracker. That would allow us and the regional boards to coordinate on reviews at the same time, as well as make them publicly available. The $1 million question that Mr. Dodak asked, we have, we sort of learned from Region 8. Region 8 has sent orders to 8 landfills, initially asking them to do voluntary tests. They had 50% success, so they had to follow with the 13 to 67 orders. So the landfills are currently doing monitoring, so we expect they use the same monitoring wells and as well as doing leachate testing, unless any of my staff in here is informed, has more info. We were not doing a specific targeted outreach other than the information that's in the order and then the contact person. We were not planning at this point, but we are open to suggestions to just kind of calls or do anything in case. With the airports, we are doing efforts, first of all, to make sure these orders go to the right people. So there is potential for some additional outreach and maybe giving them a heads up that these orders are coming. But obviously, we are moving in an expedited way. Normally, we'd be doing a lot more workshops and public outreach, but that's why we thought it was important to allow them to have that questionnaire for both orders where they can tell us, no, we don't agree with you. But based on today's workshop, based on what we heard, we are really looking forward to additional input, fine-tuning, looking forward to working with this organization. And with that, I believe I'm going to turn it back to Darren to close the workshop, and we'll be happy to answer any questions and get any feedback for future workshops.
So I will mention as well, following Shala's comments, certainly we have a relationship with our district offices and the water systems that will get orders. They'll get contacted by us about that as they receive those orders. So there'll be implementation there. I do expect that there will be some education required from the really small systems that do fall within this, receive an order from us, both in educating them about why they're getting the order, and then how to properly do the testing. Like, one of my fears about this testing is we are talking parts per trillion, and we will get false positives from contaminated samples that are taken improperly, and how we both manage the public expectation and messaging around that, as well as trying to limit it, will be a workload for us. So it's where we go from here are some big questions. As Dr. Marty mentioned, OEHA is looking at whether we should revise the PFOA and PFOS notification levels. So we'll see their answer to that. I've already asked them, and they are working on, can we regulate PFAS as a class? I have no desire to spend the rest of my career tracking down some chemical that starts with a P and has an alphabet soup after it to try to figure out a new MCL. Our process for that is simply too long and too cumbersome, and we would lose in that battle dramatically if we can't figure out a way out of that box, for sure. So hopefully some great scientific minds can all come together to help us address that. We're still basically, I think, a little bit handicapped by how much health data there is on all of these, and how we can then respond and go forward. So I have not requested a public health goal from OEHA yet. kind of because it's an interesting question, I could certainly ask for PFOA and PFOS, but as you heard, that's the tip of the iceberg. And do we waste time going down that track before we can ask for something bigger and better and have them spend their energy on that? So it's this balancing between when to act and when is the best time to act to get the best reaction. And to date, I've basically made the determination that we shouldn't just ask for it yet. We should wait a little bit longer. I don't know how much longer we do want to wait on some of these, and they're going to provide some advice to me relatively soon, I hope, on potential other ones to issue notification levels for, so we can begin down that aspect. Certainly, we don't begin the MCL process until we have a PHG, so I'm sure people won't be thrilled about this, but to develop a PHG is likely a couple-year process. The MCL process is a couple years after that, so we're not talking about regulation anytime soon on these, but we will continue to push with our outreach to water systems so that they can try to take action ahead of certainly the regulatory requirements kicking in, and make sure we protect our public as best we can associated with that. And so this first step of these monitoring will start to fill in some of the blanks as to, does California follow the model of my other state drinking water systems, where each of those states found that they found this in both numbers and extent beyond what they anticipated. This will start to clue us in as to whether that's the case, and then we can dovetail off of that and move from there. So with that, I leave this for questions and an email for the public.
Thank you, Mr. Polhamus.
Thank you. And before you get to the public comments, I see a couple of cards there. Thank you all. I guess my question is to all the speakers today. Now that you've heard all the presentations, are there any remarks you would like to provide? Any additional insight, any feedback on what you've heard from our staff? I'll just throw it out there.
I'll just add one thing from the DoD perspective that was not included in the slides, but is probably on several folks' minds. So I talked about what we're doing in drinking water and cleanup and AFFF. Part of our policies that were put out back in 2016 also ceased our training and or testing of equipment, and so no non-emergency related PFAS releases or AFFF releases. So that means we're not doing outdoor training with AFFF. We are not testing our fire trucks and vehicles and shooting foam into areas where it's not collected and contained. And for our actual emergency responses, after the fire is out or the spill is cleaned up, we treat it almost like a hazmat spill, and we go back there and we clean up whatever we release. So we also don't want to create new PFAS release sites. So we're doing all those actions on top of what I already talked about, and that wasn't in the presentation. And based on what I heard, I thought it'd be helpful to put that out there.
Thank you. And I think Jane wanted to respond. Before you do, let me correct a slide I made when I mentioned all the people who've been contacting me the last few years on PFAS. I forgot Jane Williams, who have been diligent in sending me at least every month or so some information, and sometimes several a day on PFAS. So thank you very much for your persistence in getting this on all of our radar screens.
I would like to make one more comment. Is when the agency lowered the lifetime health advisory, and we found that we had 15 utilities in the Pacific Southwest, we did a quick turnaround to contact the local government, the mayor, the water utilities, and had one-on-one discussions with the state with us. It worked out that all of the utilities that were affected took it on their own accord to remove their water source out of service. And therein lies kind of the notion that utilities recognize the importance of this and are working closely with the state and the agency for ensuring that the health, and even at that time, the toxicity was still, and as it is now, still a lot of unknown around kind of the acuteness of it. But just letting you know that, I think we all are taking it seriously, including those at the local government level.
On that happy note, I'm going to issue a challenge for lunch at the Biltmore Hotel in Los Angeles. If any time between now and when my son graduates from college, which will be in 3 years, if EPA sets an MCL. And here's why. Because I asked US EPA to set an MCL for perchlorate before my son was born. He's 18. They have not set an MCL in 2 decades. Okay, so if EPA sets an MCL, I'll take you all to lunch at the Biltmore, all of you. Second of all, I am not sure if it is a really smart idea to go do all this testing that's going to be very expensive and not use the top assay. Because method 537 was really developed as a way to avoid finding things, not as a way to find things. So if we want to know what is in landfill leachate, and we want to know if drinking water wells near refineries are impacted, or we want to know, say, the Speakers District had a major fire, we had to get AFFF foam from Phoenix. If you want to know that we contaminated groundwater wells, we should not be looking for just PFOS and PFOA and those few short chains. We should be looking for the precursors, because it's the precursors that go first in the plumes. And so if we go out and do all this expensive testing and we don't look for the precursors, we're really missing the opportunity. And I recognize that it's a problem because the top assay is like $750. It's the only other commercially available assay that we have. And it is expensive. But
do we have labs certified to do that?
We have labs certified to do that. And in fact, Carla Boucher, who is one of the founders, one of the developers of the top assay, runs the lab right here in Sacramento for Test America. Actually, now it's Eurofins. They were just purchased. So there was a team of scientists that developed the top assay for DOD. And Carla Boucher was one of those scientists. And she's right here in Sacramento. And I would highly recommend we invite her over for a chat about what she thinks about this, because in my book, if we're not looking for the precursors, we're going to miss all kinds of contamination. And then when we come back 10 years from now and go, oh, wow, let's look for PFOS and PFOA, we're going to find it because it comes later. You know, you want to look at the leading edge of the plume. You don't want to look at the ass edge of the plume. You want the leading edge of the plume. And that's the only way to find it right now is using the top assay. And our DTSC lab can do the top assay. So it can run samples for us using top. It's certified to do that. And also, you know, we've got to look for Gen X. We can't, although I think Gen X was just added to method 537, but Gen X is one of the replacements, the regrettable replacements for PFOS and PFOA when they were banned. So it would just be really a shame to spend all this time, effort, and money to do all this testing and not use the top assay. Thank you.
So I don't disagree with Ms. Williams on that it would be desirable to do that, but unfortunately, based on what we understand, it's kind of out of reach at the moment. So a couple points. I can't certify any labs on top. There's no PT tests available. It's really a method that several labs have developed, and they're different. And unfortunately, in our world, I need repeatability amongst different laboratories to be able to have comparison. So I think that holds potential for the future, and hopefully we can get there. And I think she's probably right. We need to, have tests that can find these things ahead of the other ones. But I do believe there's value in using 537 and establishing, as other states have, a broad contamination of these known materials that will be valuable to us in both the regulatory process and a context going forward. The other problem with TOP is once you've identified that there are fluorinated molecules, you have no idea what they are. You have to then proceed into other testing, such as 537 and the others, to then determine what they are. You know you have existence of perfluorinated materials, but you have to dig into them. So it's not quite there for what I think we need to do at the immediate moment, which is begin testing for a method that we can have repeatability on and comparable results while we try to further these other methods. There's no question we need a lot of different testing. Top looks like it could be something that can be brought on here in the future as we work towards that at a future date. So that's kind of why we're not selecting it at the moment.
Can I make a comment? I know that it is an emerging technology. However, Australia has certified top assay for use in a regulatory setting. And I think that, yes, there might be different versions of it, but we could work on picking one that we find acceptable and certifying that. And then we could work on it being a reliable test to use. And then also, I was wondering, more from a scientific point of view, trying to figure out how to regulate or approach this class of chemicals in a class-based approach is a daunting task, and I think it would be really interesting if OEA could take that task on. What is it that you feel is the data you're waiting to see or you need to make that request?
So I think it's actually probably Dr. Marty's question more than mine, but it's from my conversation with them, the amount of health data available on the other materials and the ability to say that there are similar health tasks are problematic at the moment, and I should probably stop talking and let her fill in what she knows about that level of it.
Well, I think you just answered the question. There are very large toxicity data gaps. We are trying to fill them by looking at these other methods, but there's no guarantee there.
Just to follow up on that, so it seems like we know that we want to ideally be trying to approach this as a class, and that we need to be able to get a public health goal to be able to start the process of being able to set other standards. So is there a reason we can't be asking for OEHA to be developing a process to address it, and you can tell us what you need to do that and what's a realistic timeline, or is it, I guess I'm not understanding why we haven't asked for it from them and letting them answer of what they can do.
Well, I'm in conversations with Lauren and her team monthly. I meet with her regularly, and we talk back and forth about, if I asked you now, what would you do? And the answer is, I don't know. I don't really have the data to proceed. Then the point of me asking is kind of mute. So we go back and forth on how comfortable they feel about whether they can provide a valuable PHG. Certainly I could ask, and then we could wait a long time as that stuff develops, or should we wait so that when I ask it a smarter question? Of course, we could always modify that ask as we learn together, but that's just kind of the approach I've taken to date.
I think if I may build upon that. Oh, I'm sorry, did you have a different answer?
No, it's just, I just want to assure you that we are looking at what we could do.
So building on that, rather than playing the when should we ask, when will you know, when should we ask? Well, we'll ask when you know, kind of back and forth. If we were to set a goal or set a determination that we do want to look at this from a class, and instead turn our energy into developing a work plan that identify the data gaps, identify how we might coordinate with others on research to fill that data gap. Could we put together a time frame, a work plan with a time frame on a pathway towards looking at this and developing the PHG as a class or several classes, subclasses within that class? So rather than wait to ask, perhaps the approach should be, let's work together and put a work plan together and strategize how we do it.
I guess the only comment that I would say that makes that difficult is that all the research that's going to be done health-wise is not what we fund. We have no control over that. We're waiting for others to do all that research. So it would be a plan, hoping they fill in, which is informative, but we certainly don't have the ability to meet that goal without the help of others helping us.
Understood, but we should at least map out what is it we want to accomplish, how we believe we might get there, and what assistance we need along the way.
Relatedly, I think is the ELAB and method of reporting levels and the assays that are used and such is also a moving target. Understood, it's a similar challenge because we want the science and the certification to be more established or available and be able to do more than it is. But I know that but it's also, really fundamental to be able to get a picture and understanding of where things are. And I guess I do really appreciate the state board wanting to move and proactively asking for this information from areas of high risk. And I like that you're including, drinking water wells and domestic wells in addition to the facilities. I am concerned about making sure that it's so confusing and frustrating for systems to be doing tests and then feeling like they didn't have it, and then now they have to do a different test and they find out that they do have it, and that's the nature of this problem. But I guess I would like to make sure that we're prioritizing resources towards making sure that we're accelerating our ability to have a test that can test for all of these things, that is certified, that systems can use as soon as possible, and that we're also providing some assistance to some of these smaller systems that are going to have a really hard time in this sort of this type of detection that's needed or type of testing that's needed. Another and sort of related question is, have we looked at surface water, drinking water sources or bodies, or surface water sources of subsistence fishing? I think you talked about fish advisories, but are we testing or asking for information for any of those, or looking at those as sensitive sites?
Yeah, no, we're immediately trying to address the drinking water component, knowing that all those other areas remain for us to try to figure out and deal with. Certainly, the component of the testing we're compelling, let's be clear, I'm not paying for this. We're ordering water systems to spend their money to do that. So subsistence fishing, testing, and other things like that will be money that we'll have to ask for and then, be able to fund those types of studies, because there's not someone that steps in to do that other than us through our testing program. So there's a big funding gap associated with a lot of this, and we have to get kind of a handle on how much we should ask for to do and start those type of activities.
But I guess, when you're testing wells, you're testing a source of drinking water. There's also surface water sources of drinking water. So it'd be good to make sure that we're looking at those. To the extent that there are some that are in high-risk areas, I don't know the answer to that question, but just...
Yeah, the reason we're focused on groundwater is it obviously has a much longer residence time. Certainly, if you were downstream of a constant source, you could see that, and there's that potential, but that was kind of considered to be a later phase of testing where we need to get into the surface water.
Just a couple of things I wanted to add. As we look at the wastewater treatment and pre-treatment facilities and looking the ones under NPDES permits and other, as we get that data, it may actually help us target some of the issues that you're raising in terms of testing of the water bodies. One general comment I want to make, Darren, to add your comments regarding the testing. Just remember the testing that the Division of Drinking Water will be asking for is quarterly. So it's that as they test based on the methods, as we have more information and other test methods are available, the water providers could switch to those tests. We also, in our orders, generally, we recommend what method to use, but if as we move on, there are other methods that are available, then those can be proposed as part of the work plan. And again, for landfills, it's monitoring. So as we update those monitoring methods, we can have those. But we all feel the urgency of at least looking at where they are. But we recognize if you don't find them, all that necessarily is not where you stop. But if you find it, you already know you have a problem that you need to deal with, and you need to switch to alternative water supplies, as well as mitigate the sources, like some of the things that DOD is doing to find that you don't have ongoing source of that compound. So it still makes sense to move ahead and do the testing and minimize further impact.
And I should just very quickly mention, I share your frustration, and probably even at levels beyond what you've contemplated. I always had this little fantasy that if I could make one law for a day, it would be no chemical could be released into the environment until that company had developed a test method to detect it in the environment. It seems ludicrous that we have to play catch up with the well-intended products that are released, and we are way behind on all of that. So it's super frustrating for us in that regard.
I'd like to just add a thought to some of what's being said.
Sorry, I do want to provide I think some of our
course.
board members have some comments. Sorry, not to kind of cut you off on that
That's okay.
part. I just want us to be able to.
Thank you. I just wanted to concur with Board Member Dodick on this suggestion of an action plan pending how we deal with this sort of conundrum of the class versus other approaches. And so, you know, I'm coming out of this pretty much starting as, you know, a blank slate. So I've learned quite a bit today, and I don't want to leave frustrated, but that's kind of how I feel right now. And so moving forward with where can we take action, where we have those tools with some of the investigations that are already underway, the targeted actions, and then developing an action plan moving forward pending resolution of this other issue regarding testing and dealing with things as a class versus subclass or other approaches. And did also want to thank the whole panel, but thank Ms. Williams for the comment that you made regarding research, because funds are not prevalent in this area, and so anything we can do to tap into existing projects that are underway and provide information or requests based upon our needs so that we can better tailor where possible, that information so that it can help us going forward. And then lastly, just would like to thank NRDC for the comments regarding public outreach. And so that's an area that we didn't touch on much. We've really talked about the big areas with firefighting and landfills and that sort of thing. But what can the public do in the meantime? It's also a moving target for the public and for the consumer that wants to do the right thing, where we're purchasing consumer products or textiles and concerned about our waterways. And so what can be done to provide information so that for those that want to take action, they can do so to provide prevention in the meantime as we're developing these more challenging aspects and how to take action.
Thank you, board member.
If I could, yeah.
Of course.
So I concur with all the other board member comments, and thank you again for the really, sobering, I think was used earlier, presentations that we've heard today. This is also a fairly new subject matter to me. And I think we need to take all the steps needed to recognize and act on the urgent matter that's before us. One thing that was mentioned earlier that we haven't talked very much about is recycled water. And, I am concerned with the acceleration of the use of recycled water as a fantastic alternative water supply source for indirect potable reuse, groundwater recharge, that could be inadvertently exacerbating this problem. So, Ms. Farnock, if you could please comment on that briefly, I'd like to make sure that we get that addressed.
Just I mentioned a couple of things and Darren and add for any chemical that the Division of Drinking Water has notification levels, regardless of our policies, there is a requirement for testing. So the recycled water policy that was adopted recently in December required testing for the two PFOS and PFOA. I know it's not adequate for any groundwater recharge project. We also, as part of that effort, had a technical advisory panel that looked at the different chemicals, and that panel is going to be formed again to look at it. So I think our staff need to go look back at that research and identify if follow-up phases are needed. But our priority was to make sure that groundwater recharge projects are tested. Currently, it's only two chemicals, and if we may need to modify them to ask additional testing, we need to coordinate with the Division of Drinking Water to make sure that testing is done. Anything you want to add?
Well, I think undoubtedly we anticipate that we are likely spreading some of the materials that are in consumer products that are going through wastewater treatment plants. We know we've already, I believe, have some detections in San Gabriel around the recharge areas where the wastewater treatment plants are not really actively recharging. They're recharging groundwater indirectly and know that it's in the groundwater there, likely because of those causes. So that's kind of the scary part of these materials, is they find their way through all of these pathways and they don't become destroyed.
Yeah, and one more thing I should add, that many of our groundwater recharge projects, the recycled water has gone through more advanced treatment. I think the de facto recycled water, which is the discharge of treated wastewater to the surface water bodies, those are some of the areas that we need to expand and look closely as part of the testing requirement. So that'll be on our radar as well.
Right. I guess I just ask, as you move forward with the site investigation plan, that we kind of report back on that aspect as well. I know the data may not be completely synced in terms of the monitoring, but I'm very interested to keep that on.
Yeah, and for recycled water, because this whole thing really falls in the whole big concept of we need to have a strategy and plan how to deal with contaminants of emerging concern that we've been talking about. So as part of that policy, when it came to, if you recall, there was a lot of discussion about bioanalytical methods, and some of the other methods can actually work at the group of chemicals at the first step. So I think we probably will be putting more emphasis on those kind of analysis to make sure that we have the targeted kind of following the initial testing. So definitely, thanks for bringing that up.
Thank you, Board Member. I'd like to move to public comment. We only have 3 cards, so it shouldn't take too long, and we can have a wrap-up discussion. Dale Carnes will go first from Sacramento International Airport, who will be followed by Jonathan Young from the California Municipal Utilities Association, and we'll conclude with Tim Miller from the California American Water Company. Oh, we'll set it for 3 minutes. For good? Does that work for you? Okay. Oh, we might have to turn it on for you. Sorry, 1 second.
Is that any better? Good morning, board members. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak before you. My name is Dale Carnes. I'm the fire chief for the Sacramento International Airport and Mather Field. Before I go any farther, the one disclaimer I'd like to provide is I'm not a chemist. I have no background in chemistry. I am a professional firefighter and have been for approximately 33 years. I've been the fire chief at SAC International for 2 years. Prior to that, I was with the San Francisco Fire Department for over 15 years and retired from that position as the airport chief at San Francisco International Airport. Additionally, I'm also the California State rep for the National Aircraft Rescue and Firefighting Working Group. So I have a pretty extensive background in AFFF and foam usage. As you know, commercial airports are currently mandated by the FAA to use mil-spec AFFF foam. To echo what Ms. Williams said earlier, she shared her personal concern over the subject. I too have a considerable amount of personal passion for this. Since 2014, I have personally attended the funerals of approximately 12 coworkers, including one very young captain here at Sacramento International Airport. While I will not sit here and say that I can directly attribute those deaths to PFAS and PFOA, I do have a high index of suspicion that at least some of them because of their career exposures to those two chemicals and others, that there is a direct correlation. At Sacramento International, we take this and have been taking this very seriously. We, much like DOD, we are no longer allowing training use of AFFF. We literally only allow AFFF to be used for a legitimate emergency. We are required to test our AFFF annually at the minimum by the FAA, and we recently invested thousands of dollars in a closed testing system that would allow us to do that in a method that would protect the environment and the watershed. Currently, one of our greatest challenges that we're dealing with is, quite frankly, dealing with the FAA and the federal government. I can tell you as a veteran airport chief, the FAA and our industry has known for several years that we had an issue with PFOS and PFOA. I have traveled all over Europe and Asia, contributing training to and receiving training from other fire departments, airport fire departments. And fluorine-free foams have been used in Europe for probably close to a decade now, and because of the same reasons. Yet the FAA was extremely indifferent and drug their feet on addressing this issue, and it wasn't until the airport community, through Congress, put political pressure on the FAA that we came up with the FAA Reform Act that now requires them to find an alternative to the current foam no later than 2022. Again, we're still seeing that indifference as they continue to drag their feet. Myself and several other major airport chiefs from the nation have requested variances on that mandate to use already existing fluorine-free foams that I have personally been involved in testing the effectiveness of those foams at Dallas-Fort Worth Airport as a stopgap measure until such time that they clearly identify their preference for what foam we use. That becomes very important because as one of the things we found with our fire apparatus is as we start to transition away from AFFF, we will have to decontaminate our fire apparatus. The tanks in our apparatus that carry the foam are metal, they're porous, and we have found that even after repeated deconning, we are still finding residue that is well above 70 parts per trillion. So as we are bringing in new apparatus, none of us want to contaminate those apparatus. Those constitute major capital investments for fire departments. And I personally have asked for variance to the FAA and was literally not even given the respect of a formal response. So I am urging you, first off, I can tell you that this meeting today is a good start, redeems a little hope in me. But I think this is an opportunity for the state of California to once again take the lead. State of Washington is also grappling with the same issue, and they've made a decent start. But I think that we can clearly surpass what they're doing. I'm not only responsible for the safety of the flying and traveling public, I'm also responsible for the safety of the men and women that work for me. And like I said earlier, I'm very passionate about that. But as one fire chief from one international airport, I have a very small voice. And it takes a lot of political pressure. I know that the Clean Water Act, PFOS and PFOA has been added to it, but unfortunately, an exemption was included in there for commercial airports because of the federal mandate. So now we have no teeth, no leverage to push back against the FAA. And chiefs like myself are now faced with the binary choice of either continuing to use a product that we know clearly causes cancer, or suffer some pretty hefty fines from the FAA as we push back and say, no, we won't, we're going to select our own foam in the interim. So I would just encourage you as we approach this to continue to take a comprehensive look at this subject. And to echo Ms. Williams again, I would ask you please support your first responders, because we are currently one of the biggest users of these chemicals and probably the group that's most exposed to it on a daily basis. Thank you.
Thank you for your incredibly powerful public testimony, and know that yeah, you said your voice is small, but for this board, I think I can speak safely that it's not, and we really appreciate your involvement and continued involvement, because I think as we've heard from this board today, this is certainly it's a priority, and we will continue to push. So hopefully it's not just a little bit of hope, the start to a lot more hope for you. So thank you so much for actually providing comment today.
Thank you very much, sir.
I believe I had Jonathan Young coming up next, California Municipal Utilities Association.
Good afternoon, Chair. I'd like to congratulate you as well as the Vice Chair and new board member Firestone. My name is Jonathan Young with the California Municipal Utilities Association, and we represent about 42 water agencies that are publicly owned across the state of California. In conjunction with the Association of California Water Agencies, we just want to offer our agencies full support in whatever way possible to research, to meet with board members, to meet with staff and other stakeholders, in whatever way we can provide some information on testing we're already doing, some successes, whatever way we can help.
Thank you. And then last, we have Tim Miller from California American Water.
Good afternoon, Tim Miller, Senior Director of Water Quality and Environmental Compliance for California American Water. As some of you know, California American Water, a subsidiary of American Water, provides high quality and reliable water and or wastewater service to about 615,000 Californians, including portions of the city of Rancho Cordova adjacent to Mather Airfield. California American Water agrees that more needs to be done to protect the public health from perfluorinated compound contamination. And as I will summarize further, California American Water has been proactive in addressing PFAS contamination outside Mather Airfield. Based on our experience, water purveyors need more help from regulatory agencies such as US EPA and Cal EPA in ensuring that PFAS polluters pay for response costs. In the current regulatory environment, if a water purveyor tests for PFAS compounds and then determines they need to treat for PFAS compounds, those costs have to be paid for in our customers' water rates. Our experience began, and actually I'd also like to point out in the current regulatory environment, the risk of PFAS contamination continuing to spread in the groundwater basin underneath the city of Rancho Cordova is increasing. There's an extraction well that has been operating as a perchlorate remedy that is going to be turned off, and the groundwater modeling suggests that that will cause perfluorinated compound contamination to spread to an additional approximately 5 drinking water wells within the next 5 years. CalAM's experience with perfluorinated compound contamination began in 2016 when we were on one of those phone calls that Ms. Lai referred to, where US EPA, the Division of Drinking Water, and representatives from the city of Rancho Cordova brought us on a phone call and asked us what we were going to do about perfluorinated compound contamination that we didn't know was a problem in one of our wells. It was a problem because it was about 2.5 times the soon-to-be released EPA health advisory. From that point and for the next 2 years, we received no cooperation from the federal government and some cooperation from the state government in responding to our contaminated well. We asked in 2016 to meet with Air Force staff, and they did not meet with us until August of 2018, and then only at the behest of the Central Valley Regional Board staff. The city of Rancho Cordova was, however, quite helpful in expediting the CEQA review and the land use approvals so that we can construct a treatment plant that is now operating just down the road in the city of Rancho Cordova. Thankfully, our customers' response to the drought was such that we were able to maintain this contaminated well out of service until we could commission our water treatment plant. And that continues to operate to this day. When CalAM sought grant funding from the Division of Financial Assistance to defray the costs of our treatment plant, we were told that no grant funding was available because grant funding is not available for emerging contaminants, we'd respectfully request that you perhaps reevaluate that policy. We learned in 2018 that prior to and through the period we were constructing our treatment plant, that the Air Force was testing and had confirmed that their VOC treatment system was causing perfluorinated compounds to spread throughout the groundwater basin. It wasn't until 2018, though, that Aerojet informed California American Water that their perchlorate remedy was controlling PFAS migration through the groundwater basin. And that provided CalAM the basis, and again, only with the assistance of the Central Valley Regional Board, to get the Air Force to meet with us and discuss how we were going to deal with this situation. Fortunately, last week, the Air Force agreed that they would reimburse CalAM for our future operations and maintenance costs tied to our treatment plant. They have not, however, agreed to reimburse us for the $1.3 million in capital that we invested to construct that plant. So California American Water, to relieve our customers from paying for that, has had to file a property damage claim with the Air Force, and we will now have to prosecute that through the legal process. So we ask that the State Water Board and other agencies give serious consideration to CalAM's experience with perfluorinated compound contamination in deciding future actions. And we also ask that you bring all of your resources to assist water purveyors in addressing these threats to our infrastructure. I'm happy to answer any questions or provide any additional information.
Thank you very much. Any closing thoughts from board members at this point? I can look at this side too, sorry.
Just a thank you to everyone. This was indeed a very critical, I think, and a very educational day for all of us. And, well, just a bit of a forewarning to Mr. Bohemus and Ms. Farnock. Now that I find myself with a little bit more time on my hand than I have the last 2 years, this is one issue where I am going to be very engaged, and I look forward to working with not just the staff, but everyone here to put together, and our sister agencies as well. I had a brief meeting with Secretary Blumenfeld on this matter. I invited myself to the interagency working group meetings, and I look forward to putting our heads together and collaborating on an action plan, a strategy to move forward on this. And I especially also want to add my thanks to that of the chair for the commenters today. Again, very, very powerful statements. Thank you.
Echo all of that. I appreciate your leadership, Board Member Dudek, and staff for putting together a really thoughtful approach. I really look forward to seeing how we continue to support getting an action plan together on the public health goal and laboratory methods of detection and monitoring plans, so we can make sure we're making as swift progress on that as possible and working with other agencies. I would love to see, to the extent possible, the interagency coordination be a more accessible public process. I don't know, maybe I didn't totally understand. I really appreciate how fabulous this panel is in terms of federal and state agencies, as well as NGOs and community groups, but I think it would be great to just make sure that we're continuing to have really transparent and accessible meetings and task force and plan development, so that we all have confidence in this. And there's so many different moving parts. One thing I think it was brought up in one of the comments, but I know is touched on throughout the day, but wanted to reiterate that, another piece of this is how we're supporting the more immediate kind of treatment and avoidance options for folks that are exposed. And so I think we should be looking at that and developing that in our plans as well. I know we already are, but it would be great to see that more developed. So, thanks.
I made my comments earlier, and so the only thing that I would add is just that in light of the fact that there is this interagency group, and in an effort to be transparent regarding that, perhaps calendaring at the appropriate time an informational item, just so we could continue to be updated as progress is made.
I'll just say thank you one more time. I don't really have anything to add beyond the comments that were already made, but appreciate it, and I look forward to hearing more in the near future.
Thank you so much. You know, I think we're incredibly fortunate to have such a intelligently powerful board at this point on these issues. And poor wording, I think, generally on that. But I'm trying to communicate that this is certainly, I think, when it comes to sort of a framework and a path forward, I think to Darren's point, you know, we don't have the dollars for the research. We're not, you know, we have sort of within our four squares what we sort of do, but it has to be a broader plan. It has to be more integrated, and it has to factor in issues like how do we get to the issue of class here, and making sure that, to Darren's point, we don't find ourselves on a treadmill basically rather quickly on the whole family of chemicals, and instead we are trying to drive toward this issue of class, which ties into the testing methodologies, which again speaks to the need to really have I think a coordinated plan here that is communicated publicly, that best coordinates us and identifies all our roles. And I think that includes all the way up to the federal government at this point, and down to the locals, to those that are exposed most. And, you know, try to best articulate what is obviously a very complicated issue with a lot of moving parts and a lot of agencies. And again, I feel incredibly fortunate to have colleagues on this board. You can assure that we will continue to monitor this and provide active feedback and help drive this, and not let those like Mr. Carnes feel that they're kind of just voices out in the wilderness here. And it is the state of California itself coming to terms of how we're going to address this, being informed by other states and their processes, and again, being clear-eyed about the complexities, but the need to articulate how we kind of get to some major, I think, and significant goals that we've all somewhat addressed or identified here. So thank you all today for the time. Thank you again, Mr. Polhamus, for putting together, and Board Member Dodick for her leadership around putting together an incredible panel. And we look forward to further discussion. Thank you all. I think, let's see what agenda item kind of on, since I moved everything around yesterday.
Yes, so we're up on agenda items 10 and 11 at this point in time, and I don't know if the board's pleasure may be to go ahead and do agenda item 10, then take a brief lunch break, and then reconvene.
Yeah. Board members, would you like to do board member reports? Would you like to break for lunch or do a working lunch? I don't know what your schedules look like.
Just today.
Just today, huh?
Yesterday.
This is just, yeah, okay.
I have a meeting, so.
At what time?
I'd like to keep going. We keep going as.
We have to.
Or maybe I could leave.
Okay, well, we'll quickly do board member reports. Sorry, I know we're transitioning out of an item, but we're going to quickly do our board member reports. So if you do have conversations, please take them outside. Thank you. That includes you, Mr. Polhamus.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Janine. Okay, board member reports. So this is, well, and I don't mean to point to you to say you should start. I was just going to say this is, we report on items that we feel are of significance to one another, and this time, as you can see, most people don't listen to it at this point. So it's a good opportunity for us to share what we're doing, though. Someone wants to start.
So I'll jump in. You heard already yesterday from Ms. Ellen Weir regarding my amazing tour of the grasslands, wetlands. Actually, it's called the Grasslands Ecological Area in the Central Valley near Tulare, I believe it was. Anyway, it was great, highly recommended. I also was able to finally attend some regional water board meetings, and just wanted to let you know that the Central Valley Regional Water Board did take action to incorporate elements of our East San Joaquin order into the remaining 8 irrigated lands WDRs. And surprisingly enough, or maybe not, there was very little discussion at that board meeting, and it was done very efficiently. I also attended the San Francisco Bay Regional Water Board meeting, and without going into a lot of detail, because I believe it might be coming to us as a petition, the San Francisco Bay Regional Water Board adopted an enforcement action against the Department of Transportation, against Caltrans, for a violation of trash requirements from our statewide stormwater permit.
Thank you, Board Member Dodek. Anyone else?
Sure, yeah. So yeah, I was able to go to the Cal Desal conference a few weeks ago. Thank you, Joaquin, for connecting me with that. And I was actually able to be the keynote speaker, so that was a very exciting opportunity for me. But more specifically, I learned quite a bit about the Ocean Plan and Desalination Amendment and some of the challenges that a number of entities are having implementing and constructing desalination projects or modifying them. So I do think that's an area that there's justifiable environmental concerns, you know, in looking at intake technology, what's appropriate in different situations. But I do think there is still work to do to kind of refine the process and understand kind of what the pathway is in terms of regional board review and approval, and making sure that there's some, you know, definite expectations set so that some of these projects, for example, Monterey, which has been in the works for, you know, a number of years, is able to move forward when they meet all of the requirements. So I just think the Ocean Plan they're just kicking off the triennial review and going through a scoping process. And one of the things they'll be looking at is the desalination amendment and whether any changes are needed to it. I'll note that since it was adopted a few years ago, no projects have actually been approved under that amendment. And so that is just an area that I'm going to continue to look into and see if there's things that we can do to kind of enhance that and figure out what it will take to move them forward. So, and then I just also wanted to mention I had an opportunity to go meet with U-Boat Water Agency. And so speaking of tours, I was able to go out. I think, Joaquin, maybe you did the same.
Done that tour, yeah. I did it just a few days, I think, before you did.
Maybe one day, yeah. But on a boat tour on the Yuba River. And so it was just very eye-opening because I hadn't really been on the Yuba River before, just to see the current status of it and the historical legacy left behind from the mining operations that had happened there. And, you know, I'm very familiar with the American River. I grew up here. And just seeing that maybe even to a greater degree in a place like the Yuba River was really informative. And I always love going on a boat when it's really cold and raining. But but it was a very helpful, you know, just educational experience for me. And then the last thing I wanted to note was just the opportunity last week to go to the NACWA annual meeting. And learn quite a bit there about yesterday was just an amazing presentation on fish food and learning all about that and what those opportunities that we have to in terms of floodplain inundation. And I think certainly that could be part of the solution. And so, you know, Friday was very informative as well. And we got to hear a presentation from Secretary Crowfoot. And I think he had a very encouraging message to the farmers and water agencies that were attending. And so about the opportunities for the future. And so it was good to hear.
Fantastic.
Okay, so I too was at NACWA's annual meeting and really appreciate just the tone of the conversation of all of the speakers, in particular Secretary Crowfoot talking about the opportunity with voluntary settlements. I brought just executive summary here for the PPIC report on water and the future of the San Joaquin Valley. They had an event that I attended in Fresno sobering, because this is, not new about with implementation of SGMA and the serious overdraft problem in the San Joaquin Valley, how things could potentially play out. And so they've had a previous report, this one regarding just the extent to which we might be seeing fallowing as much as 750,000 acres in the San Joaquin Valley. But this report is really intended on looking at some opportunities as we go forward. Limited opportunities. They're still going to have to really roll up their sleeves and work on SGMA, but as part of it, looking at additional opportunities for stormwater capture, groundwater recharge, targeted recharge projects, potentially trading systems that collectively could potentially bring that fallowing down to about 550,000 acres. So still really serious. And it was great to see participation there by not just agricultural communities, groundwater sustainability agencies, but academic institutions, environmental groups, and EJ representatives as well. I had a meeting with the city of Turlock regarding the proposed regional surface water treatment project. This is a project that the city of Ceres and Keys are also looking at participating in, and their interest in obtaining state revolving loan funds and seeing what can be done to bring in additional communities. So that was a real positive meeting. I attended Region 1's board meeting, and they're embarking on an ag order, and as part of that, we went on a vineyard tour and just had a really good presentation by their fish-friendly farming program. And this is a program, their focus is much more on sediments and sediment loading. And so there are a number of actions that can be taken to reduce sediment discharge, and their program is focused on how to do that in a fish-friendly way. And so what we know in the San Joaquin Valley as coalitions, this is a version of that in Region 1 and 2. And then also went, as part of that tour, got to take a look at a healthy soils project, looking at different till options, no-till, limited till, and the impact that that could have on sediment reduction and also improvement of soils. Let's see here. I spoke at a Rotary Club meeting in Modesto, and also spoke at Ag Council's annual breakfast at the World Ag Expo in Tulare, and then also attended Community Water Center's annual Water Leadership Justice Awards.
Fantastic. Just quickly, I'll just mention that I, on February 21st and 22nd, was actually down in the Imperial and Coachella Valleys, did some meetings with folks from the Salton Sea Authority on Salton Sea issues, met with Imperial Irrigation District as well. Wade Crowfoot, the Secretary of Natural Resources, was down there with me as well, taking these meetings. This was actually Wade's first trip out of Sacramento as Resources Secretary, and so it really did speak to the priority that the Salton Sea has for the administration, and so I know we're having our workshop on the 19th, and so we'll be eager to hear what the update is on that. And that then brought me to the following week, and I met with Autobahn down there as well. They're doing tremendous work in the community, and I'm really thankful for their attention. I, on the 27th, was then at the Urban Water Institute conference, speaking on a panel with Jennifer Pierre and Chris Jernell from Resources Agency about the voluntary agreements. It was a good opportunity for us to share a stage and talk about the good work that is going on as we continue to understand and see the voluntary settlements completed. After that, I was then the next day in Las Vegas for a salinity conference. I saw Dr. Longley, Chair Longley of our Region 5 board, and Adam Lapitz as well. They were there attending, and Issues of desal came up as well because just the salt management in general. We'll see recycled water. It was actually a pretty fantastic discussion. We even got into workforce development because on the advanced treatment side, you have the development from AWA of new certifications on like recycled water, et cetera. And so I don't know, it was a good discussion. And I think that's about all I have to really. Oh, and then otherwise would also mention that I spoke with the ag leadership. Gosh, what day was that? I'm gone. There was a ag leadership council, I think it is. Yeah, they're in town. Yeah. So well, it was. So I met with them. Yes, the group of fellows. Sorry. I'm all over the place on I'm trying to look at my calendar. Well, with that, I think we're going to retire to conference room 230 for agenda item number 11. Mr. Loffer, is there anything else I need to?
No, we'll be continuing it. I don't know if you want to set a specific time so people can grab anything for a working lunch. And we will.
I think it's going to be a relatively quick conversation. I'm hoping, are my board members okay with just quickly meeting? And then everyone can be dismissed to lunch afterwards. Is that okay? I don't mean to be a driver here. No, we'll just meet, make it quick, and then we'll go to lunch afterwards.
And when the board goes into closed session, we'll announce it in that room, and we'll make sure it's posted up since this first part will be a public meeting.
It is a public meeting, so anyone would like to attend, we'll be in conference room 230. Thank you.